and is the greatest gift we all have been given. So let us all rise for the school prayer to take the blessings of the Almighty before we start with the proceedings of the day.
Let's get ready for the national song. Request everyone to kindly take their seats as we are singing the devotional song.
He is
With immense pleasure, I would now like to invite a visionary leader, a great support for our students, teachers, and staff, a humble person who has always helped to create a school environment where we can all thrive. We are proud of your academic achievements, and we know that we can contribute to do great things with your guidance. I would like to invite our Honorable Principal Ma'am, Mrs. Trapti Devedi, to enlighten us with her words of wisdom.
A very good morning and a warm welcome to all the eminent guests who are present here today, as well as the students of the ISC section of all the branches of City Montessori School. Dear children and my dear colleagues, seniors, and the eminent personalities present here who are representing the different faiths, to become part of this interfaith dialogue. Interfaith, as they say, is the need of the hour. And City Montessori School provides a platform where people from different religions come together and discuss the commonalities between the different religions instead of focusing on the differences. Children, religion influences our minds, it influences our character, it influences our personality. So it becomes imperative for all educators to ensure that we give you the right moral education, the moral values that are required to ensure that in future, you as future citizens of this world work for the cause of unity and peace for the whole humanity and not just for a particular community. Yesterday, we had the first round of deliberations for the Interfaith Conference. You will be happy to know that the teachers of City Montessori School were participants of this conference on day 2, that was yesterday. Today is the last day of this conference. Lot has been said yesterday, but there is still scope for more discussions because whatever time we may give to the representatives to come here for an interfaith dialogue is never enough. The stories that were shared by the eminent guests yesterday enlighten us with what is happening around the world and what is the need of the hour. There are people whose voices are not heard. There are people who do not get justice where they are supposed to get justice. So you children who are the future citizens, it is your duty, it is your responsibility to follow the philosophy of City Montessori School, that is Vasudev Kutumbakam, and ensure that when we say Jai Jagat, when we say Hail the World, we are actually not just saying it, but our actions should also reflect what our thoughts are. So our ideas have to be reflected in our actions, and we have to practice what we preach. Just briefly, I would like to tell you that what discussions have taken place yesterday. So yesterday we had Justice Adil Umar Sharif, who is the chief advisor and member of the founding committee of Interfaith Conference. And he is the Deputy Chief Justice, first Deputy Chief Justice of the Supreme Constitutional Court of Egypt, and a distinguished visiting professor of law. He was the one who presented the keynote address. We also have with us Dr. David E. Risley, who is the chief guest for today's function. He's the founder of Justice Voices and, just a second. Pardon? God Unites, yes, thank you, ma'am. In yesterday's first panel, the discussions were based on religion and conflict. It was very kindly moderated by Dr. Anil Saval. He's a representative of Baha'i Faith as well as a professor of English in Punjab University. The other panelists, distinguished panelists in his panel were Gurudev Goswami Sushil Ji Maharaj. He's a renowned choreographer, theaterist, and a spiritual guru representing Hinduism. We had Mr. Muazzam Naik, who's the president in the Center of Studies for Plural Societies in New Delhi. We also had Rabbi Ezekiel Isaac Malekar. He's the head of the Jewish Committee in New Delhi, India. He's here with us today as well. There are many achievements of all these personalities, but kindly excuse me, I will not be enumerating all the achievements and recognitions that you have been awarded, sir, but this is just a brief introduction that I am giving here just now. Then in the second panel yesterday, the discussion was based on religion, gender, and education. It was moderated by Mr. Rahul Dev. He's a renowned journalist, both in the print media as well as the television media. Another panelist was Ms. Shadi Nicholas Misigai. She's a representative of Baha'i Faith as well as an international communication strategist. We had Hazrat Sayyid Nasiruddin Chishti Sahab, national Sufi leader, and Sajjada Nashin of Dargah Ajmer Sharif. He had come from Rajasthan. We had Ms. Lalita Kumar Mangalam. She's a chairman of the National Commission for Women, and she was a representative. She has come from Chennai. We had Reverend Father Sebastian Kolithanam. He's a director of Kusht Niyantran Evam Unmulan Committee from Noida. We had Mr. Afzal Muhammad Faruqi Safvi. He is the Sajjada Nashin Dargah Makhdoom from Unnao. And in the third panel, we had the discussion based on religion and its influence on climate crisis and sustainable development. It was very kindly moderated by Padam Shri Dr. Janak Palta McGilligan. She's a global advisor on the solar, rather I would say alternative energy resources. She's here with us today. She's also the honorary secretary of Sangini Cancer Care Society and has dedicated herself to breast cancer patients since 2007. We have with us today again Dr. Madhu Khanna. She was part of panel 3 yesterday. She's an Indian scholar and is well-known expert on the goddess-centric traditions of India. At present, she serves as the director and founding trustee and is based in New Delhi. She works on Indic studies and religious studies as well, along with Tantric studies. We also had with us as a panelist in the third session, Acharya Vivek Muni Ji Maharaj. He's the chief disciple of world-renowned His Holiness Acharya Shri Sushil Kumar Ji Maharaj. He's the founder, president of the Sushil Muni Mission. We have with us today again, and also part of yesterday's panel, third panel, Shri Bhadant Shanti Mitra Ji. He's the chairman and state minister. He's the chairman of Antarashtriya Bodh Shodh Sansthan in Lucknow, and he is the state minister for the Department of Culture, Uttar Pradesh. We also had some students participating from campuses like Gomti Nagar 1, had a representation through Ms. Astha Mathur. In the fourth panel yesterday, which was based on role of media and parliamentarians in the interfaith dialogue, Dr. Ali Merchant, he's the General Secretary of the Temple of Understanding India Foundation and Secretary, the Spiritual Assembly of the Baha'i in New Delhi. In the same panel, in the fourth panel, where Dr. Ali Merchant was moderating, we had Rahul Dev sir as representative from the journalist side. We had Dr. Sally Hamoud. She has come from Lebanon. She is here with us today. Thank you for being here today. She's a communications and a digital media expert. Children, you know, you all are so easily influenced by the social media, and that is where our education can make a difference, where critical thinking that we want all of you to exercise and practice in deciding what is right and what is wrong. The discerning eye and the discerning mind is very important in today's scenario, where fake news is prevalent and children are easily influenced. So that is the reason we have people coming from different faiths, different walks of life, from journalism, from from professors, from the academicians who are coming here to participate in this conference, to make sure that the kind of education that you are getting is practiced in the right form. And you use that knowledge and apply that knowledge to the best of your abilities to understand that you have to decide for the peace of the humanity and not be influenced by what you read and what you hear. We also had in the third panel Shri Paramjit Singh Chandok, Chairman of Gurudwara Shri Bangla Sahib, New Delhi yesterday. And in the fifth panel, that was the last panel of yesterday's session, the moderator was Honorable Justice Dr. Adil Omar Sharif, First Deputy Chief Justice, Supreme Constitutional Court of Egypt. The panelists were Dr. David E. Risley, who's the chief guest for today's proceedings. We had Pir Farid Ahmad Nizami Sayyid Bukhari. He's the Sufi missionary and a custodian and Sajjada Nashin of Dargah Hazrat Nizamuddin Aulia from New Delhi. And we had a student representation from Guneet Kaur, who is a student of Rajendra Nagar Campus 1. So children, as you can understand, that we had representation from all the faiths. We heard the voices of the people coming from different parts of India, as well as different parts of the world, to be part of this conference. So I'm very grateful to all the participants, and I extend a warm welcome once again to all of you and all the eminent guests who are present here. I also extend my gratitude to the judges for the events for today's competitions. There are some competitions that have been scheduled for our student body who is going to be who are present here just now for the plenary, and later on they will be moving out for the competitions when the plenary is over. So thank you once again, and have a nice day. I'm sure there's going to be a very good learning experience for all of you, and you have some good takeaways from today's proceedings and the interfaith dialogue that you witnessed today. Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am, I had taken it, but I thought I've taken 5 minutes, so I skipped that part. Thank you.
Good morning, students. Good morning, all eminent guests that have come here from far and wide. And I do want to take the opportunity this morning, students, to introduce to you the purpose for which this conference is being organized and why we were really looking forward to your participation in particular. And to really hope that you will engage very meaningfully in today's deliberations. You are really not here as just, audience. You are here as, I want to see you today as the most active participants, and to really make your notes and to ask your questions, your searching questions, maybe your challenging questions, and to make your comments as well, make your perspectives known as well. Your voices matter. You are the leaders of tomorrow. So it's really important that today, this day that has been created for you to come here, this opportunity, this Sunday morning that you have given, that you make the very most out of it, and that today ends up becoming a day in which you really, it helps you to shape your perspectives on certain important questions that face society. One option for us as young people, and I have obviously been a young person myself, one option for a young person is to remain, an observer of what goes on around you. You read newspapers, you watch the news, and you observe what's going on around you. You see the advertisements, you're very much, aware of what's on social media, what's trending, and so on and so forth. So you're extremely aware of what's going on around you. But to remain a passive observer is not suited to young people who are thoughtful, who are hopefully getting a good education, who want to be thought leaders in whatever area you end up in, whatever profession or occupation you end up in. You want to be a leader in that occupation or profession. But every one of those occupations or professions or industries has to look up at the wider world and the application of that innovation or that job, how that relates to the rest of humanity, the rest of the rest of life. So that is what I call having a perspective, a wider perspective than just the narrow confines of the subjects you might study or the jobs that you might have later on. So today is a day for widening your horizons, we hope, and I just wanted to share with you in that context why this conference is being organized. Our world faces mounting problems, and I'm reading out from the concept note of this conference. Our world faces mounting problems: global warming, conflicts, both global and local, global health challenges, and which cause huge amount of suffering. As you very well know, huge and rapid developments in artificial intelligence, robotics, information technology, biotechnology. And these technologies are raising new moral questions to which we don't as yet have adequate answers. We don't really have the ethical codes that shall guide the use of these technologies. And of course, there continue to be a whole list of problems that the world faces, which we all know about. Deep problems of inequality, increasing inequality, problem of hunger, violation of human rights, loss of biodiversity, etc. Now, up to now, the resolution of these problems at any point in history has been left to sort of national leaders or political leaders. The political leadership is expected to sort out these issues, is it not? And yet, we have to ask that although ultimately they do have to provide solutions, but can they do it alone? And I believe not. Moreover, apart from the role that civil society can play, civil society means, for example, non-governmental organizations, could be churches, could be religious bodies. Civil society is a big term that takes into all the institutions of society that are non-governmental and that are not individual entities or not businesses. Anything other than that is called civil society, often also called NGO. So, they have to come forward and help, and we as individuals all have to also help governments and politicians find the solutions. Remember Greta Thunberg? She was not content to be a passive bystander as the affairs of the world go hurtling past her. At the age of, I think, 15 or so, or 16, she took a stand and she said, well, what is some way in which I can make my contribution? And she found a way. And, she was an individual activist. Many of the issues are not just technical in nature, they also have moral or ethical dimensions. And they are also intergenerational in nature. In other words, the decisions that are made today will not just affect the current generation, but will also affect the generations later. If religion is not treated as a part of the solution, it can become a part of the problem. There are many religious dimensions to the current agenda of global challenges. The issues involve deep questions about values or ideals, to which faith traditions have so much to contribute. Because values, friends, come predominantly from religion, from religious faith traditions. And religion often forms the basis of human identity, meaning that when people address any of these concerns, they will often do so from the perspective of their own community. I think you will agree with me on that, right? And religious concerns can help turn the focus to the larger underlying issues. And in this way, religion has an indispensable and positive role to play. I think you'll also agree with me that religion has a very powerful hold, and that it has great potential to tap into the roots of human motivation and to use that for positive causes. Although religion has this power to inspire us to do positive things, good things for society, it has sometimes also been made a cause of conflict. Simmering religious passions, aroused by a resurgence of religious fundamentalism and intolerance, often erupt into communal violence. So, what is needed is a constructive dialogue on the role of religion in fostering peace, which is what this conference is about, right? This conference is about providing a platform for discourse on, for dialogue on, how religion can play a constructive role in fostering peace. And this can be done by recognizing the common foundations of all religions, and thus by working towards inter-religious collaboration in contributing to the progress of communities and nations. This Interfaith Conference will ask how organized religions can unitedly forge a common vision for humanity's future, and thus how religions can contribute their share in the resolution of the problems rather than remaining just spectators in the global drama that is unfolding around us. And if religions are unable to agree on the directions that humanity should take in various fields, isn't it much better that instead of fighting with each other, that they came together recognizing the common foundations of all religions, the single source of all religions, the ultimate destination of all religions, and recognizing those points of unity that they came together to think about what could be the constructive solutions, positive solutions to these enormous problems that humanity faces. Religion has a powerful hold on the human heart, and if its power to inspire the heart can be tapped for positive causes, it can benefit humankind tremendously. And here the role of religious leadership, the role of religious leaders becomes extremely important. If religion is not to lose its relevance, and come on, be frank and be honest, if I was to say to you, if I was to ask you to raise your hand and say, how many of you believe that religion is fairly irrelevant, in the world? Would you kindly raise your hand if you would like to agree with the statement that you perceive that most people regard religion as being irrelevant? I'm not asking your view as such, but I'm saying if your perception is that most people in society that you are aware of around you think that religion is fairly irrelevant to what's happening in the world. There's one hand that's gone up. There's another one. Oh, almost everybody believes that religion is relevant. Okay, I can see a few other hands going up. Well, this is great. Well, I think that the religious leaders here will be thrilled to realize that everybody here, almost everybody here, thinks that religion is relevant. And that's a wonderful place to start with. I really have to say that that's a really great place. Because I'm afraid that I think that religion will lose its appeal, will lose its relevance, will lose its credibility, if you like, particularly with young people, if it only just talks about self-improvement, the improvement of the inner self of the individual, about spirituality, or if religion only talks about theology, or the history of religion, or it only talks about philosophy. I believe that religion has to have a very practical application to the world around us, and it has to be helping society to find solutions to the problems. So if religion is not to lose its relevance, religious leaders must encourage their congregations to proactively actively engage in the practical application of the divine teachings of their faiths, at the base of which are common moral values such as service to others, compassion, brotherhood, and oneness. One could add other things to it, equality, respect for diversity, a lot of things that today we call global values. Those values emanate from the precepts of religion. State institutions, civil society, international organizations, etc., must join this mission because mutual and positive engagement results in workable and universally acceptable solutions, and this is essential to living in peace and harmony. I know that you care a great deal that you grow up and flourish in a world that is peaceful, because peace is the basis for prosperity and well-being. So I hope that you will see and hold us accountable, the adults, the religious leaders in particular, for how the world is developing and how, with the positive contributions of religion, it can develop further. So I hope you have a wonderful day, students. Thank you so much. And thank you again to our speakers. I really cannot thank them enough because they have given of their most valuable time to help you to be here so that they can help all of us, particularly our young people, develop their perspectives today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. O God, lead us from falsehood to truth. Lead us from darkness to light. Lead us from death to immortality. With this prayer, I would like to invite all our eminent guests. I'm so sorry. Children, I hope you all have very clearly understood what is the importance of interfaith dialogue, how is it relevant in contemporary world, and why is it necessary, right? I just want to add that it is increasingly relevant in the contemporary world as the world becomes more and more interconnected, and it helps prevent conflict, reduce violence, helps in addressing global challenges which cannot be solved by any one religion or group of people, and which are essential to be addressed. For this, I would now like to invite Bhadant Shanti Mitra ji, Chairman, Antarashtriya Bodh Shodh Sansthan, Senior Buddhist Leader and President, All India Bhikshu Sangh, Shanti Upvan, State Minister for Department of Culture, to enlighten us with his words of wisdom.
परम आदरणीय सभी गुरुजन, सभी प्रबुद्धजन, सबकी मंगल कामना करता हूँ। हम लोग सबसे पहले परम पूज्य श्री जगदीश गांधी जी, श्रीमती भारती गांधी जी, श्रीमती गीता गांधी जी किंगडम और प्राचार्य तृप्ति द्विवेदी जी और समस्त CMS परिवार और समस्त आयोजक गण सबके आभारी हैं। सभी धर्मगुरुओं की ओर से, अंतर्राष्ट्रीय बौद्ध शोध संस्थान की ओर से और सभी नागरिकों की ओर से आप इनके आभारी हैं और आप सबका हम सभी धर्मगुरुओं की ओर से स्वागत भी करते हैं। आज इस समय बड़ा अमूल्य समय है, इसलिए 1 मिनट तो हमने यूँ ही कर दिया, 4 मिनट में अपनी 4 बातें रखेंगे। संपूर्ण सृष्टि का धर्म एक है। कुछ लोग बाहर के हैं, द रिलीजन इज वन ऑफ होल वर्ल्ड, ऑफ होल क्रिएशन। और है क्या, देश काल और परिस्थिति के अनुसार जब से सृष्टि बनी तब से आज तक विभिन्न प्रकार के धार्मिक मत हुए, रिलीजियस थॉट्स, नॉट रिलीजन, रिलीजन इज वन। धार्मिक मत बहुत हैं। हम सब इस एक प्रकृति के सौंदर्य में विभिन्न मतों के लोग एक बगीचे की फूल की तरह खिले हैं। हम एक अच्छा पर्यावरण दे रहे हैं। इंटरफेथ, आउटफेथ, मिडिल फेथ, संपूर्ण जगत, अंतर जगत में। तो ये देखें, आज हम सब मिल करके एक बात बहुत ज़रूरी है कि हम सब संबोधन में एक भूल करते हैं। वो भूल हम नहीं सुधारेंगे तो दूसरा कोई समाज का व्यक्ति, समाज सुधारक नहीं कहता है कि आप अपने को एक धार्मिक मत माने, क्योंकि हम उसको अनुचित मान लेते हैं। हमारा खुद का कर्तव्य है कि हम समझें ये धार्मिक मत साधन है। धर्म क्या है? धर्म का प्राकृतिक रूप है, प्रकृति ही धर्म है। कुदरत का कानून होता है और वो कुदरत ही बनाती है। कुदरत अपने में विभिन्न परिस्थितियों में क्षण क्षण परिवर्तनशील है। फिर ये जो परिवर्तनशील प्रकृति है, यह अपने में यह प्रक्रिया, ये उसकी प्रक्रिया शाश्वत है। ध्यान दीजिएगा, क्षण क्षण परिवर्तन, ये भी बदल जाए, लेकिन शाश्वत ही है। यह शाश्वत प्रक्रिया जो सनातन अद्यतन चली आ रही है पूरी दुनिया में, वही सनातन प्रक्रिया आज भारत की संस्कृति है। भारतीय संस्कृति में दुनिया की जितनी भी जातियां हैं, जितने भी पंथ हैं, सब समाहित हैं। धर्म सापेक्ष जगत की जरूरत, धर्मनिरपेक्ष नहीं। कोई भी पंथ वाला, हमारे जितने धर्मगुरु बैठे हैं, कोई नहीं कहेंगे कि धर्मनिरपेक्ष होना चाहिए समाज। हाँ, शासन पंथ निरपेक्ष हो, समाज धर्म निरपेक्ष हो। किसी भी देश में एक पंथ का शासन होगा तो तमाम पंथ हैं आए गए, उन्होंने बड़े काम किए। लेकिन आज जो हमारे देश की परिस्थिति है, हमें ध्यान दे करके उससे जूझना है। जो आग लगी है उसे बुझाना है। हम धर्मगुरुओं का काम है, ये हम करें। ये पजावा की ईंट, जैसे भारतीय संस्कृति जो बनती है, एक एक ईंट से भवन, तो अगर कच्ची ईंट है, खराब है, तो कैसे अच्छी बिल्डिंग बनेगी। अगर धर्मगुरु अच्छे नागरिक बनाते हैं तो अच्छा नेता बनेगा, अच्छा अधिकारी, अच्छा कर्मचारी, अच्छा अध्यापक। शिक्षा का भी योगदान है, लेकिन धर्मगुरु का समाज को बनाने में पहला उत्तरदायित्व है। समयाभाव है, केवल 2 बातें कहनी है। देखिए, हम सब विभिन्न धर्मगुरु आए, कृपया एक निवेदन है। आज का कार्यक्रम है कि हम इस दुनिया को कैसे और बेहतर बनाएं, यही विषय है। कैसे और बेहतर बनाएं, ये वो अपना ये जो यूनिवर्सल यूनिटी कैसे लाएं, पीस कैसे लाएं, ये प्रश्न है। तो हम सब मिलके आज इसी विषय पे बात करें। हमारे धर्मगुरु आए, मेरा निवेदन है अपने अपने पंथ में क्या क्या अच्छी बातें वो बताने की कष्ट न करें। वो बताएं कि हम जो आज की समस्या है, हम वो कैसे हल हो और हम क्या कर रहे हैं, उसका विकल्प दें। केवल निगेटिव नहीं, ऐसा हो, ऐसा ना हो, ऐसा हो, ऐसा करना चाहिए, करना चाहिए। आज 8वां ये अपना आपका कार्यक्रम है इंटरफेथ का, लेकिन अभी पूछा जाए कि जैसी दुनिया माननीय जगदीश गांधी जी या CMS परिवार या जितने धर्मगुरु अभी तक आए 8 साल में, उन्होंने क्या ऐसा एक गांव बना लिया, एक मोहल्ला, एक जिला, जिसमें वो भाईचारा हो, वो प्रेम हो, उसका जमीनी असर हो। मेरे ख्याल से कहना होगा है बहुत कुछ किया इन्होंने, लेकिन ऐसा एक भी गांव नहीं बना। आइए हम सब, जैसे मैं बचपन में था तो निरक्षरों कहता था ईच वन टीच वन, तो आइए हम सब मिल के 1 मैन 1 विलेज, एक गांव लें। एक गांव में जैसे ये हो रहा है, आदरणीय गांधी जी का ये मार्गदर्शन लेके गांव-गांव निकल जाएं और ऐसा ही सत्संग करें, सब पंथ को बुलाएं, यहीं से भूल न जाएं। यहीं से भूल के 8 हम चले, ऐसे ऐसे बहुत सी सम्मेलन हैं, हमारे सब गुरुजन बैठे हैं, सब कर रहे हैं, पूरा इंटरनेशनल नेशनल। लेकिन वो ज़मीन उपजाऊ करना, उसमें बीज उगाना, उसमें फल लाना हमारा काम है। तो ध्यान रखें, हम सब ये कार्यक्रम के बाद तभी संभव है जब हम, ये 2 बजे कार्यक्रम समाप्त होगा, 10 मिनट बैठ करके माननीय गांधी जी के नेतृत्व में हर लोग इसको पुनः संगठनात्मक रूप देने के लिए अपने नाम, अपने समय देने करें कि मैं तैयार हूँ, इतना करूँगा, इतना इस देश में करूँ, इजिप्ट में करूँगा, अमेरिका में करूँगा, थाईलैंड में करूँगा, हर प्रदेश में होगा। ये काम हम लें, यहाँ से एक संकल्प लेके जाएं और हर धर्मगुरु इसी पर बोले कि हम क्या करने। मैं भी अपना उत्तरदायित्व निभा दे रहा हूँ कि अंतर्राष्ट्रीय बोधशोध संस्थान इंटरनेशनल कार्य क्षेत्र है, उसके बावजूद उत्तर प्रदेश के हर 75 जनपद में हर गांव में एक एक विपस्सना साधना का, मेडिटेशन का, सती आनापान सती का कार्यक्रम कर रहा है। विपस्सना मेडिटेशन, क्योंकि हम जितने माला हैं, मालाओं में एक धागा सबको जोड़ता है। ये विपस्सना साधना में आप देखते हैं जो किए हैं, सब पंथ के लोग एक साथ बैठते हैं, साधना कर रहे हैं। हम कोई नई चीज़ नहीं दे रहे, वही चीज़ हमारे गांव-गांव, ये भारत की विद्या है, हम शुरू कर दें। उसी के माध्यम से हम भारतीय संस्कृति जो आज तक अभी तक वसुधैव कुटुम्बकम को लेके चली आ रही है, इसको और बेहतर तरीके से, जैसा गांधी जी कहते हैं वर्ल्ड पार्लियामेंट बने, सांसद बने, लेकिन धर्म की पार्लियामेंट संसद हो, धर्म की सरकार भी बनाइए। लेकिन वो सरकार ये नहीं है जो राजनीति की है, धर्म की। जैसे दलाई लामा जी ने आकर के वहाँ से चाइना वालों ने परेशान किया, भारत में दूसरे देश में आके उन्होंने यहाँ आकर के निर्वासित सरकार बना लिया, चल रही है। वो नहीं करते कि मोदी हट जाए या जोगी हट जाए, अपना काम, धर्म का काम हम हर देश में करेंगे। हर व्यक्ति को किसी में, धरती के किसी कोने में जाकर कहने का अधिकार है कि हमारी मातृभूमि जननी है, जय जगत है, इसको हम साकार करें, इसमें लग जाएं, इसी को आगे बढ़ाएं। लेकिन ये संकल्प लेके जाएं, जनाई पड़े कि हाँ, सीएमएस के इस कार्यक्रम में तमाम धर्मगुरुओं ने संकल्प लिया और आगे संगठनात्मक रूप से करने जा रहे। हमारा अंतर्राष्ट्रीय शोध संस्थान का कार्यक्रम ये आरंभ है, कई वर्षों से चल रहा है और यहाँ आने पर ये गतिशील हुआ। हम चाहते हैं हम आप लोग इकट्ठे होकर के और तेज़ी से और गति से आगे बढ़ें। 3 बात ध्यान रखें, ये रिलीजन इज वन, रिलीजन इज ए नेचुरल एंड द क्रिएटर ऑफ दिस नेचर इज सुप्रीम पावर, सुप्रीम, नॉट सुप्रीम मैन, इज सुप्रीम पावर एज नेचर। हमें ये परम शक्ति है, परम शक्ति से देखें तो जो हमारे विभिन्न पंथों में है कि एक शक्ति है, कोई कहे निराकार है, निर्विकार है, अज्ञेय है, अव्यक्त है, असीम है, अनंत है। लेकिन वो क्या है? वो ब्रह्मांड, वो नेटवर्क जो इस सृष्टि में है, वो हमारा आप सबका ये हेड जो है, ये एक ब्रह्मांड की इकाई है। उसको सारे आयो, जैसे मोबाइल का नेटवर्क है, ले लेता है। अगर हम सब चीज़ें शुद्ध मन से करेंगे तो उस नेटवर्क से जुड़ जाएंगे जो परम शक्ति का है और सीधा हम उस सत्य को जानेंगे। अभी कल मैंने एक सज्जन से बात हुई, कहा भारत की कहते हैं लोग ईश्वर सत्य है, क्योंकि हम हमेशा कहते हैं आप ईश्वर को मानते हैं कि नहीं मानते, यही पूछते हैं लोग। कोई नहीं कहता आप ईश्वर को जानते हो। तो ये प्रश्न आता है हमारे आपके मन, तो हम सोचें कि हम ये क्या ईश्वर सत्य है तो लोगों ने उत्तर दिया, सत्य ही ईश्वर है। गॉड इज ट्रूथ, ट्रूथ इज गॉड। इस संकल्प को ले तो हम धर्म सापेक्ष, पंथ निरपेक्ष, धर्मी समाज लेके चले और बेहतर दुनिया बनाए, इसको आगे बढ़ाएं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। जय जगत।
To light the lamp of knowledge, I would now like to request all our eminent guests, respected principals, members from the management, respected founder manager sir, respected Geeta Gandhi ma'am, to please come up on the stage for to light up the lamp of the knowledge. As we light this lamp, may it symbolize the dispelling of ignorance, the illumination of knowledge, may its radiant glow inspire and guide all of us in our pursuit of wisdom, understanding, enlightenment.
जो शांति का
जो शांति का संदेश दे, ऐसी क्षमा हर पल चले। जो शांति का संदेश दे, जो शांति का संदेश दे, ऐसी क्षमा हर पल चले। जो चैन का संदेश दे, ऐसी क्षमा हर पल चले। जो चैन का संदेश दे, जो चैन का संदेश दे, ऐसी क्षमा हर पल चले। जो शांति का संदेश दे, ऐसी क्षमा हर पल चले। आओ मिलकर दीप जलाएं, विश्व पटल पर हम लहराएं। आओ मिलकर दीप जलाएं, विश्व पटल पर हम लहराएं। Light a candle for peace, light a candle for love, light a candle that shines all the way around the world. Light a candle for me, light a candle for you, that our wish for peace will one day come true. Light a candle for peace, light a candle for love, light a candle that shines all the way around the world. Light a candle for me, light a candle for
होठों पे हर घड़ी खुशियों की फरियाद है, सहमी सी आँखों में बिखरे हुए सपनों का अभिशाप है। जो चैन का संदेश दे ऐसी शमा हर पल जले, जो चैन का संदेश दे, जो चैन का संदेश दे ऐसी शमा हर पल जले, जो शांति का संदेश दे ऐसी शमा हर पल जले, जो शांति का संदेश दे, जो शांति का संदेश दे ऐसी शमा हर पल जले।
I request all the guests to be there for the group photograph. May this light bring clarity to our thoughts, compassion to our hearts, and strength to our minds. May it ignite a thirst for knowledge and a deep reverence for learning.
आओ मिलकर दीप जलाए, विश्व पटल पर हम लहराए। आओ मिलकर दीप जलाए, विश्व पटल पर हम लहराए। जो प्रेम का संदेश दे ऐसी शमा हर पल जले, जो प्रेम का संदेश दे, जो प्रेम का संदेश दे ऐसी शमा हर पल जले, जो शांति का संदेश दे ऐसी शमा हर पल जले। खामोश होठों पे हर घड़ी खुशियों की फरियाद है, सहमी सी आँखों में बिखरे।
Thank you so much, everyone. And yes, children, can we all register our presence with a thunderous round of applause? That wasn't thunderous. Can I hear it again? Very good. Kindly be seated, all of you, all the children at the back. In no particular order, I would now like to invite all the representatives of all the religions to kindly come up on the stage to share their valuable views on the topic, relevance of interfaith harmony in contemporary world. I would first like to invite Dr. Anil Sarwal, representative Baha'i Faith. Yes, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Swami Muktinath Anandji, President Ramakrishna Math, Vivekanandpuram. Maulana Sufyan Nizami, representative of Islam. Bhante Gyanlok, President Mahabodhi Society of India, Lucknow. Shri Veer Shailendra Kumar Jain, National Vice President, Bharatiya Jain Milan. Shri Harpal Jaggi, President of Gurudwara Sadar, General Secretary Lucknow Gurudwara Prabandhak Samiti, Reverend Dr. Dennis Naresh Lobo, Chancellor and Spokesperson, Diocese of Lucknow, I request Dr. Anil Sararwal, sir, to kindly share his views. Children, don't miss this.
Good morning, everybody. Shri Jagdish Gandhi ji, Mrs. Bharti Gandhi ji, Dr. Professor Geeta Gandhi ji, eminent guests, representatives of different faiths, and dear students. It's always a dilemma for me which language to use to talk, but maybe, which one? English? Okay, so I'll practice my English. The topic today is relevance of interfaith harmony with the contemporary world, in the contemporary world. You know, in a very important judgment, the Supreme Court of India said, we must have a neutral perception of communal harmony in India. And that judgment, it's a part of the judgment which says that a neutral perception of interfaith or communal harmony is found in the Baha'i faith. And I want to tell you why they said that. The Baha'i revelation talks about its foundation is on three basic principles, and I will talk only of them, and that's my talk. So the first one is oneness of God. Now, if we all understand that one creator, one God has created us all, and therefore there is only one religion and one humankind, then a lot of problems will be solved. There is only one God, that his essence is absolutely inaccessible from the physical realm of existence, and that therefore his reality is completely unknowable. जो अभी स्वामी जी बोल रहे थे पहले मेरे से स्टेज से उस तरफ से, उन्होंने कहा कि हम ईश्वर को नहीं जान सकते, ईश्वर के ज्ञान के दरवाजे हमारे लिए हमेशा बंद हैं, हमेशा बंद रहेंगे। कोई नहीं जानता उनका रूप क्या है, उनका रंग क्या है, कैसे हैं, कहाँ हैं। उन्होंने तो ब्रह्मांड को बनाया है, हमारा ज्ञान उन तक नहीं पहुँच सकता। And that the universe and all creatures and forces within it have been created by a single supernatural being. That being we may call Srishtikarta, that's the word I like. Srishtikarta means creator. He is the creator. Some people call him Parampurkh, Punjabi, God, Allah, Brahm, etc. He is known by different names. And I am at times surprised that when we say Paramatma or Brahma, we have different feeling. When we say Allah, we have different feeling. But it is just a translation of the language. It is that creative force that we are talking about. And actually he is above our minds. So it's a way of describing that force. Now, how can we become near God? That is the essence of religion. Why do we follow a particular religion or religions? What is the reason? Why do we worship God? And how should we worship God? Nearness to God is possible when we cannot know Him. How can we be near God? So, Baha'i writings say, nearness to God is possible through devotion to Him. Bhakti se ईश्वर को प्राप्त किया जा सकता है, भक्ति करनी पड़ेगी. Investigation of truth, सच्चाई की स्वतंत्र खोज. We must investigate. All the saints that we have in India, they underwent a lot of search, including Buddha himself. And then they found that unknowable essence. It is attained by unity with mankind and through loving kindness to all. मानव मात्र की सेवा करें, मानव मात्र से प्यार करें, तो हम ईश्वर को प्राप्त कर सकते हैं. एक्विजिशन ऑफ प्रेज वर्दी वर्च्यूज़, इसकी बात भी यहाँ पे हुई कि धर्म से हमें moral values, ethical values मिलती हैं. So we have to get those virtues within us. What are divine virtues? That's very interesting topic actually. These are the qualities of God that we try to imbibe in us, in our soul, because our reality is soul, not body. So what are these qualities? God is creative, God is kind, God loves all. So these are some of the virtues. 52 virtues have been identified, like cooperation, other kindness to strangers, 52 of them. So we should get those virtues in our soul if we say we are spiritual. And nearness to God necessitates, अब दूसरे की जान नहीं लेनी. What does nearness to God necessitate? Sacrifice of self. If we want to have communal harmony, interfaith harmony, our ego we should get rid of. All religions teach us. अहम त्यागना है. अहम त्यागना है और severance इस संसार से अनासक्ति के निरासक्ति, detachment from the world and giving up of all to him. सब कुछ ईश्वर को अर्पण करना है, तभी हम ईश्वर को प्राप्त कर सकते हैं. बहुत सारे हम चाहते हैं ईश्वर से प्राप्त करें. ये अब्दुल बहा जो बहाई धर्म के प्रिय धर्म स्वामी हैं, उन्होंने कहा है. ईश्वरीय अवतार बहाउल्लाह ने मानव शरीर को एक जीव के भीतर लाखों कोशिकाएं रूप और कार्य में विविध एक मानव शरीर की तरह उन्होंने कंपेयर किया है. The whole world, Baha'u'llah is compared to a human body. Now human body has what? It has got millions of cells, diverse in form and function, that play their part in maintaining a healthy system. The principle that governs the functioning of the body is cooperation. हमारे शरीर में कितने सेल हैं, कितनी कोशिकाएं हैं, भिन्न भिन्न अंग हैं, भिन्न भिन्न रूप के अंग हैं, भिन्न भिन्न कार्य करती हैं कोशिकाएं. अगर वो आपस में सहयोग ना करें तो ये शरीर एक रह सकता है? नहीं. तो इसी तरह मानव समाज विभिन्न अंगों से बना है. हम सब उस सृष्टि के एक हिस्सा हैं. अगर आपस में सहयोग नहीं करेंगे तो संसार तबाही की कगार पर जा सकता है. Okay, I'll leave this principle here, oneness of God. Now I come to the second principle that can save the world, and that is oneness of religion. Baha'is believe in the essential oneness of all the world's great faiths. There is a fundamental unity in many of the world's religions. सारे धर्मों में उनकी नींव एक है, क्योंकि धर्म देने वाला कौन है? वो ईश्वर है. जैसे मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूँ, जैसे ही मानव की सृष्टि हुई, as soon as creation came into being, the knowledge of God arose in the hearts of the saints. We call them rishis. As soon as God created us, he gave us his knowledge. And in the Baha'i writings we read, I loved thy creation, therefore I created thee. This is supported by the Vedas. उसमें कहा गया है कि पहले कुछ भी नहीं था, अंधकार था, लेकिन उसमें एक था जो स्वयं सांस ले रहा था. उस एक के हृदय में प्रेम उत्पन्न हुआ. उस एक के हृदय में प्रेम उत्पन्न हुआ और उस प्रेम के कारण विश्व की उत्पत्ति हुई. Now friends, how can religion be the cause of disunity and discord? The very origin of religion is because of love. God loves us, therefore he created us. Now, if we do not love God, can his love reach us? It cannot reach us. And how to know God? We have talked about. God sends divine educators from time to time. जैसे see, we are in class 1, we have a teacher. Okay, let's say Vedas. Then we have another teacher in class 5, let's say Lord Ram. We have another teacher in class 7, let's say Lord Krishna. This analogy is not perfect, please, and it doesn't mean one teacher is more important than the other. That is what I'm going to say. Then if you go to the BA and MA, you have other teachers. All those teachers have an equal role in your evolution and development. We cannot say one teacher is higher than others. So the Baha'is believe all these educators are actually teaching the same thing, that is God is one, and they are telling us to walk on the path of God. There is no difference for us Baha'is. We give them equal status, equal respect, whether it be Lord Krishna, Lord Buddha, Lord Jesus, Lord Moses, Lord Muhammad, or Baha'u'llah. Baha'u'llah, by the way, means light of God, ईश्वरीय प्रकाश. एक भाषा की बात है, लेकिन ईश्वरीय प्रकाश फिर हमारे बीच में आया. अब इनमें और हमारे शिक्षकों में क्या फ़र्क है? What is the difference between divine educators and our teachers? Divine educators can transform human heart. वो डाकू को संत बना सकते हैं. ये सिर्फ ईश्वरीय अवतार कर सकते हैं. And that is the greatest miracle they do. They can transform the human heart. So the Baha'i principle is of progressive revelation. And one or two more things I want to tell you if you want to avoid religious conflict. One is we should see religion and science, they should be together with reason. Religion and science should be in accord with reason. If we are scientific in our approach, then we will not have prejudices. We will not have superstitions. And those traditions that no longer fit, we can then change them. Not culture, but traditions. So science and religion must be in accordance with reason. Now, the third part is oneness of humankind. So we have talked about this, that we have one creator, and our purpose is to show love to God. How do we show love to God? Friends, students, this is a very important question. God is unknowable. How should we show our love to God? And the answer is through serving His creatures, through protecting the creation that He has done, through looking after all the beings. That is how we can create harmony and peace in the world. And in the end, I will quote from Abdul Baha. It is a very beautiful quote that I really, really like, and it tells us how we can become spiritual. You see, हमारी आत्मा में एक इच्छा है कि हम ईश्वरीय बने, हम डिवाइन बने, हम आध्यात्मिक बने. ये हर मनुष्य के अंदर ये इच्छा है. उसकी अभिव्यक्ति अलग अलग तरह से होती है. हम कैसे आध्यात्मिक बन सकते हैं? अब्दुल बहा कहते हैं, पहला, through the knowledge of God. First is through the knowledge of God. Please read all the holy scriptures. Right knowledge is very important for right action. Knowledge of God you must acquire through the manifestations of God that appear amongst us. Second is through the love of God. दूसरा, हम ईश्वर से प्रेम करें और उसकी सृष्टि से प्रेम करें. Third, through with faith. आत्मविश्वास पैदा करें. ईसा मसीह ने कहा, जैसा तुम्हारा फेथ होगा वैसा ही रिजल्ट होगा. Faith is very important. Have faith. Fourth, through philanthropic deeds. संसार भलाई के कार्य करें. Through philanthropic deeds. Fifth, through self-sacrifice. हमें स्वार्थ से ऊपर उठना है और निस्वार्थ सेवा करनी है. And sixth, through the severance from the world. इस संसार की चीज़ों में ज़्यादा लिप्त ना हो. इस संसार के लिए जो हमें चाहिए, हमें उसके लिए कार्य करना है, मेहनत करनी है. But we should not be attached to the fruit of those actions. We should work for our livelihood. Everybody should work. That's a sacred principle. We should do some profession. But we should not be in the blind race we are seeing. We don't have time for families. We don't have time for our elders. We don't have time for religion. We don't have time for anything except job or our studies. And we spend 18 hours, 12 hours, and then there is disintegration in society. So we should have a balanced, holistic approach to life. And the last one is through sanctity and holiness, inculcate a pure and chaste life. एक पवित्र और शुद्ध जीवन के लक्ष्य को सामने रखिए, उस पे आप चलेंगे, आपको बहुत मज़ा आएगा. मैं आप जितना ही था, मैं 16, 17, 18 साल का था जब मैंने बहाई धर्म को स्वीकार किया और ये निर्धारित हो गया कि मेरे को अपने जीवन को कैसे चलाना है. और एक पवित्र और शुद्ध ज़िंदगी जीने में जो आनंद है वो किसी में नहीं है, शराब में नहीं है, नशे में नहीं है, और जो लोग जिसमें ढूंढते हैं कि हमें मज़ा आएगा, वो मज़ा उसमें नहीं है. मज़ा पवित्र और शुद्ध जीवन जो मानवता के प्रति समर्पित है. तो मेरा कहने का निचोड़ ये है कि धर्म लेबल से नहीं होता, मैं ये हूँ, मैं वो हूँ, मैं लेबल से नहीं है धर्म. धर्म धार्मिकता से है. अगर हम इन सिद्धांतों को अपने जीवन में धारण करें, वो सच्चा धर्म है, और उससे हम इस संसार के अंदर राम राज्य या किंगडम ऑफ गॉड ऑन अर्थ हम उसको स्थापित कर सकते हैं. बहुत 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 धन्यवाद.
Thank you so much, sir, for very well explaining us the essence of Baha'i faith, importance of believing in the fact that God is one, religion is one, and mankind is one, and we need to follow it, right? Thank you so much, sir, for expressing your views to all of us. I would now like to request Swami Muktinath Anandji to express his views. Sir, you can come here also and you can use the mic there.
ॐ सहना भवतु सहनौ भुनक्तु सह वीर्यं करवावहै तेजस्विनावधीतमस्तु मा विद्विषावहै. ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः. Oh, may the Almighty protect us both, the speaker and the listeners. May He nourish us both. May we work together with great energy. May love and harmony dwell amongst us. Peace, peace, peace be unto us and to all the beings of the world. Such is a piece of invocation which is to be uttered in this holy land of ours for exchange of any wisdom. I am very much thankful to the organizers, Ms. Gandhiji and CMS group, for arranging such a wonderful Interfaith conference, which is the hour of the day. As has been being said, God is one and God is truth. This was first uttered more than 10,000 years ago in our Rig Veda. Ekam sat vipra bahuda vadanti. It's in Sanskrit. Truth is one. The sages call it in various names. Message is one, Almighty is one, interpretations are many. So in a defined God, defined religion, then the harmony is embedded in the definition. Swami Vivekananda the exponent of the ancient wisdom and the essential values of Hinduism, which are broadcasted from the Parliament of Religions in Chicago in September 1893. He said, as has been said in the Bhagavad Gita, Ishvara sarva bhutanam riddesha arjuna tishtati brahmayan sarva bhutani jantra rurani maya. God the Almighty is present in the heart of each and every one throughout the existence. And He is guiding us. And we are being guided by a singular universal God, every one of us. So He redefined religion as this: each soul is potentially divine. Every one of us, potentially divine. But it is not manifested. It is not seen, it is not realized. We don't realize that we are divine. The goal is to manifest this divinity within and without. Feeling divine within, seeing divine outside. Do this either by work or worship or devotion or knowledge, by one or more or all of these. This is the essence of religion. The rest are secondary details. So you have to understand each is great in his own place, and there is no harm if there are as many religions as we understand by the term as many human beings. A subtle, maybe infinite in its dimension, having innumerable points on the circumference, the center is one. Similarly, there is the unity of existence and there is the divinity of the soul within and impermanence of God. So the whole of religion is to feel divine within and see divine outside, and every moment of our life should be utilized in considering our work as a service to the visible God around us. And that is the source of joy. We feel that is the way to become divine, that is the way to become truly religious in our every moment of existence. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for again emphasizing the fact that Almighty is one, as His interpretations are many. God is present in the hearts of all of us, and He is only guiding us. And we need to remember that each soul is potentially divine, and we need to manifest His divinity in ourselves. Thank you so much, sir, for enlightening us. I would now like to request Shri Veer Shailendra Kumar Jain, sir, National Vice President, Bharatiya Jain Milan, to express his views. Thank you, sir. I request all the panelists to please share their views for at least 5 minutes.
इस सभा कक्ष में उपस्थित सभी धर्मों के धर्मगुरु, सिटी मॉन्टेसरी स्कूल की मैनेजिंग कमेटी, विशेष रूप से हमारे गुरु और इस सिटी मॉन्टेसरी स्कूल के फाउंडर गांधी जी, भारती गांधी जी और इसकी प्रेसिडेंट गीता गांधी जी, समस्त स्टाफ, विभिन्न शाखाओं से प्रिंसिपल और विद्यार्थीगण, आज विषय की प्रासंगिकता जो बताई गई है कि रिलेवेंस ऑफ इंटरफेथ इन दिस कॉम्पिटिटिव वर्ल्ड, आज विश्व में जो अशांति फैल रही है उसमें धर्म की प्रासंगिकता क्या हो सकती है, इस विषय पर चर्चा करने की बात हुई है। जैन धर्म की ओर से मैं इस विषय पर अपने विचार रखना चाहता हूँ। जैन धर्म, जैसा कि आप सभी जानते हैं, एक बहुत पुराना धर्म है और इसलिए मैं इस बात को स्पष्ट रूप से करना चाहता हूँ कि अधिकतर लोग ये जानते हैं कि जैन धर्म की स्थापना भगवान महावीर ने की है। यहाँ मैं एक संशोधन करते हुए बताना चाहता हूँ कि जैन धर्म के 24वें तीर्थंकर भगवान महावीर थे और जैन धर्म की स्थापना प्रथम तीर्थंकर आदिनाथ स्वामी ने की थी, जिनका जन्म अयोध्या में हुआ था। ये सबको अब जानकारी होने लगी है। इस विषय को मैं इसलिए यहाँ लेके आ रहा हूँ कि जैन धर्म ने जिस प्रकार से विश्व शांति के लिए प्रारंभ से ही अपने भक्तों को निर्देशित किया है और उसमें कार्य किया है, उसकी आवश्यकता मैं आपको बताने जा रहा हूँ। हम किसी धर्म विशेष के प्रति विरोध नहीं रखते हैं, बल्कि हम सब धर्मों को समान रूप से सम्मान देते हैं। और इसका एक उदाहरण ये है कि जो हमारा मूल मंत्र है, रमोकार मंत्र, उसमें जो 5वीं लाइन है, उसमें हम कहते हैं रमो लोए सव्य साहुड़म। इस जगत में जितने भी साधु महात्मा संत हैं, हम उन सभी को प्रणाम करते हैं, भले ही वो जैन धर्म के हों या किसी अन्य धर्म के हों। हमारे यहाँ उसमें कोई भेदभाव नहीं है। विश्व शांति के लिए ये बहुत आवश्यक है कि हमारा धर्मों के बीच में आपस में भेदभाव समाप्त हो। हमसे पूर्व 2 वक्ताओं ने जो बातें कही हैं, बहाई धर्म से और हिंदू धर्म से, अगर आप देखेंगे जितने धर्मगुरु बैठे हैं, सबका सेंस एक होगा, सबका निचोड़ एक होगा और सबके उद्देश्य एक होंगे। बात सिर्फ कितनी है, मैनकाइंड इज वन, गॉड इज वन, रिलीजन इज वन। उस गॉड तक, उस अल्लाह तक, उस क्राइस्ट तक, उस जैन धर्म के तीर्थंकर तक पहुंचने के साधन क्या हो सकते हैं, ये अलग अलग धर्मों के हिसाब से है। लेकिन हमारा उद्देश्य क्या है? हमारा उद्देश्य वही है कि हम अपनी आत्मा पे विजय प्राप्त करें, मोह माया से दूर रहें। हर धर्म यही बताता, तभी विश्व शांति हो सकती है। जय, आप देख रहे होंगे इसमें एक बात लिखी, जय जिनेंद्र। जय जिनेंद्र हम किसकी जय बोलते हैं? हम जय महावीर नहीं बोलते हैं, हम जय पार्श्वनाथ नहीं बोलते हैं, जय जिनेंद्र बोलते हैं। हम उनकी जय बोलते हैं जिन्होंने अपने इंद्रियों पर विजय प्राप्त कर ली है। अगर आपने कभी जैन साधुओं को देखा हो, हमारे दिगंबर जैन साधु तो दिन में सिर्फ एक बार आहार लेते हैं, एक ही बार जल लेते हैं, उसके बाद 24 घंटे कुछ नहीं लेते हैं, भीषण तप करते हैं। श्रावक लोगों के लिए भी इतना कठिन नहीं, लेकिन गृहस्थ जीवन के अनुसार जो कर सकते करें। जो अपनी इंद्रियों पर विजय प्राप्त कर लेते हैं, उन्हीं को हम प्रणाम करते हैं, उन्हीं की हम जय करते हैं। जैन धर्म विशेष रूप से अहिंसा, सत्य और शांति के लिए कहा जाता है। हमारे यहाँ हिंसा के भी बहुत प्रकार हैं। हिंसा केवल वो नहीं है जब हम किसी जीव को मारते हैं या किसी जीव का वध करते हैं। जैन धर्म के हिसाब से हिंसा 3 प्रकार से होती है, मन से, वचन से, काय से। अगर हम मन में भी ये विचार कर लें कि हमें उसका विरोध करना है, हमें उसका वध करना है, तो वो भी एक हिंसा हो जाती है। हम अगर अपनी वाणी से भी किसी कष्ट पहुंचाते हैं, वो भी एक प्रकार की हिंसा है। और अपने क्रिया और कर्म से अगर हम किसी को दुख पहुंचाते हैं, वो भी हिंसा है। जैन धर्म में तो केवल मानव जात को नहीं, सूक्ष्म जीवों के प्रति भी हम अहिंसा का भाव रखते हैं। आप कहते हैं ना, जैन लोग तो चींटियां मारना भी पसंद नहीं करते हैं। चींटियां तो दूर की बात है, हमारे साधु तो घास पे चलना पसंद नहीं करते हैं, क्योंकि घास और पेड़ पौधों में भी एक इंद्रिय जीव है। वो सब जीव हैं जो बढ़ रहे हैं, अगर उसमें जीव न होता तो वो बढ़ते नहीं। इसलिए जो आज का विषय है, विश्व शांति के लिए धर्म की प्रासंगिकता आवश्यक है। हर धर्म एक ही उद्देश्य से लेकर चलता है, सबका उद्देश्य एक है, उसको पहुंचने के तरीके अलग हो सकते हैं। भगवान महावीर का एक संदेश जो उन्होंने दिया है, वो शायद सबके लिए आवश्यक है कि दूसरों के साथ वो व्यवहार मत करो जो तुम्हें अपने लिए पसंद नहीं। अगर इस बात को आपने अपने जीवन में उतार लिया, आप निश्चित मानिए विश्व शांति आप के करीब होगी। क्योंकि जब आप ये सोच लेंगे जो चीज़ हमें पसंद नहीं वो व्यवहार हम दूसरे के साथ ना करें, तो निश्चित रूप से मानिए विश्व शांति निश्चित रूप से आ पाएगी। मोह माया का त्याग, परिग्रह कम से कम होना चाहिए। और समाज सेवा की बात जहाँ तक हम करें, एक उदाहरण के साथ मैं अपनी वाणी को विराम दूंगा। जब आप किसी की सेवा करते हैं, जब आप किसी के कष्ट को दूर करते हैं, तो जो आंतरिक सुख आपको प्राप्त होता है, उसका एक उदाहरण मैं आपको बताता हूँ। किसी हाईवे पे एक किनारे कोई लड़का खड़ा है, हाईवे पार करना चाहता है, गाड़ियाँ दौड़ रही हैं, आप देखते हैं, आपको लगता है कि इस लड़के को हम सड़क पार करवा दें। आप उस समय नहीं सोचते हैं ये लड़का किस धर्म का है, किस जात का है, ब्राह्मण है, वैश्य है, शूद्र है, क्षत्रिय है। आप उस लड़के को जब सड़क पार करवा देते हैं और वो लड़का सड़क पार करके प्रसन्न होता है, तो जो आंतरिक सुख आपको मिलता है उसकी कोई गणना नहीं हो सकती है। ऐसे छोटे छोटे जीवन में बहुत से कार्य हैं जिनको आप अगर करेंगे तो जो आज का विषय है, इस विषय पर हम पहुंच सकेंगे। एक बार पुनः मैं आप सबका आभारी हूं कि आपने मुझे आमंत्रित किया और जैन धर्म के जो विचार हैं वो आपके साथ शेयर करने का मुझे अवसर प्रदान किया। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Thank you so much, sir, for very rightly saying that all our rituals, customs are just to recognize that there is just one power, one God, whom we need to pray and believe in. By following, especially non-violence of any sort towards all the living beings. And also that we should not do anything to others that we do not like them doing towards us. I would now like to request Maulana Sufiyan Nizami ji, representative Islam, to share his views.
बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहमानिर्रहीम। स्टेज पर तशरीफ़ फरमा हमारे मुअज़्ज़ज़ मजहबी लीडरान, मोहतरम जनाब जगदीश गांधी साहब, भारती गांधी साहिबा और गीता गांधी साहिबा। हमारे मुल्क में ये कम देखने को मिला है कि कोई इदारा जो तालीम फ़राहम करता हो वो तरबियत की फ़िक्र करता हो। हालांकि ये बात हम सब के लिए लाजमी और ज़रूरी है कि तालीम अगर तरबियत के साथ नहीं होगी तो फिर वो समाज में इंसान पैदा नहीं करेगी। तालीम जब तरबियत के साथ जुड़ेगी तो वो इंसान के अंदर इंसानी दिल रखेगी, हमदर्दी रखेगी, जज्बा रखेगी। और ये बात मैं इसलिए अर्ज़ कर रहा हूँ कि हमारे देश के राष्ट्रपिता जनाब महात्मा गांधी साहब से लेकर रविंद्रनाथ टैगोर साहब और जाकिर हुसैन साहब से लेकर जितने भी लीडरान गुजरे हैं, उन्होंने एजुकेशन के साथ मोरल वैल्यूज़ को ज़रूरी करार दिया है। ये सामने जो हमारे नन्हे मुन्ने बच्चे हैं, स्टूडेंट्स हैं, ये कौम का मुस्तकबिल है, ये देश का फ्यूचर है। इनमें से कल कोई किसी आला कुर्सी पर फाइज होगा, किसी आला ओहदे पर फाइज होगा, और जब वो एजुकेशन हासिल करने के लिए जाए और उसको कोई गांधी ऐसा ना मिले जो इसको ये ना बताता हो कि इंसान के अंदर अगर इंसानी दिल ना हो तो वो इंसान कहलाने के लायक नहीं है, तो मैं समझता हूं कि वो इंसान नहीं बनेगा। कोई ऐसा गांधी ना मिले जो ये बताए कि इंसाफ के साथ अपनी ड्यूटी निभाना इंसानियत है, जो ये बताए कि हमदर्दी के साथ अपने फ़र्ज़ को अंजाम देना इंसानियत है, जो ये बताए कि इंसान के दर्द और उसकी तकलीफ़ को महसूस करना इंसानियत है। तो एक तालिब इल्म, एक स्टूडेंट जब इन मोरल वैल्यूज़ को लेकर निकलता है तो फिर वो समाज के अंदर एक अच्छा लीडर भी बनता है, एक अच्छा ब्यूरोक्रेट्स बनता है, एक अच्छा जिस फील्ड में रहता है वो अपने फील्ड में 100% करने का हक रखता है। लेकिन हमने ये देखा है कि हमारे एजुकेशन इंस्टीट्यूशन में और हमारे तालीमी इदारों में तरबियत का रोल ख़त्म होता जा रहा है। और इस वक्त के हालात में एक वाहिद शख्सियत ऐसी जिसके बारे में मैं ये शेर कहूँ तो मौजू होगा कि मगरूर ना हो फसल ख़िज़ा के चमन में। फसल ख़िज़ा कहते हैं पतझड़ को। मगरूर ना हो फसल ख़िज़ा के चमन में कि जब पतझड़ आता है तो हरे पत्ते भी सूख जाते हैं। तो शायर ने कहा है कि मगरूर ना हो फसल ख़िज़ा के चमन में, ऐसे भी हैं कुछ फूल जो मुरझा नहीं सकते। तो ये इनकी सिफत और इनके किरदार पर क्या कहा जाए ये कम है। बहरहाल जहाँ तक मज़हब इस्लाम का ताल्लुक़ है तो मज़हब इस्लाम ने अव्वल रोज़ से इस बात का पैगाम दिया कि मज़हब इस्लाम के आखिरी प्रॉफिट ने फरमाया कि जब तुम कोई काम शुरू करो तो सबसे पहले बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहमानिर्रहीम पढ़ो। जब कोई बंदा बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहमानिर्रहीम पढ़ता है तो कहता है कि शुरू करता हूँ अल्लाह के नाम से जो रहमान है और निहायत रहम करने वाला। यानी एक मुसलमान का लाजमी जुज़ यह है कि वो इंसानों के साथ अल्लाह की मखलूक पर रहम करे। और अल्लाह के रसूल ने फरमाया, हज़रत मोहम्मद ने फरमाया, मन ला यरहम ला युरहम, जो रहम नहीं करता ऊपर वाला भी उस पर रहम नहीं करता। तो ये रहम की जो सिफत है ये इस्लाम के साथ ख़ास है। और इस्लाम के माने ही क्या है? इस्लाम के माने हैं सलामती के। ईमान के माने क्या है? ईमान के माने हैं अमन के। और एक मुसलमान जब इस्लाम और ईमान को मानेगा तो उसके लिए लाजमी होगा कि वो दुनिया के अंदर अमन और सलामती का पैगाम दे, दुनिया के तमाम लोगों के साथ रहम का मामला करे। एक हदीस में प्रॉफिट ने फरमाया, मन अज़न नास अज़ल्लाह, जिसने लोगों को तकलीफ दी, लोगों में कोई भी हो, किसी भी धर्म का हो, किसी भी बिरादरी का हो, किसी भी ज़ात का हो, अल्लाह के रसूल ने फरमाया, मन अज़न नास अज़ल्लाह, जिसने लोगों को तकलीफ दी तो सुन लो उसने अल्लाह को तकलीफ दी। और जो अल्लाह को तकलीफ देगा, जो खुदा को तकलीफ देगा, वो दुनिया के अंदर भी नाकाम होगा और आखिरत में भी नाकाम हो। इसलिए मेरे बच्चों, ये मौका बार बार आपको नहीं मिलता है। इस CMS के अंदर आप जहां दुनिया के आला मकाम पर फाइज होते हैं, वहां पर आपको यह भी बताया जाता है कि दुनिया की किसी कुर्सी पर बैठ जाना, लेकिन कुर्सी पर बैठते वक्त अगर अपने अंदर इंसानी दिल नहीं रखोगे, हमदर्दी नहीं रखोगे, इंसाफ नहीं रखोगे, दूसरों के ताल्लुक़ से अपने मजहबी जज्बात को नहीं रखोगे, दूसरों के मजहब की कदर नहीं करोगे, तो दुनिया में कामयाब नहीं हो सकते। और इस वैल्यूज़ को, इन चीज़ों को आगे बढ़ाने का जो काम हमारा CMS और TMS के तमाम स्टाफ कर रहा है, मैं इसके लिए उनको मुबारकबाद देता हूँ। और मैं अपने आप को खुशनसीब समझता हूँ कि मुझे इन जैसे प्रोग्राम में आकर बहुत कुछ सीखने का मौका मिलता है। बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया।
Thank you so much, sir, for saying that education with right moral values is essential. And he predominantly gave us the message that peace is important, and if we want to be successful in this world, we need to be merciful, we need to be caring, we need to follow all the virtues that are being inculcated in all of us from the very beginning. Thank you so much, sir. I would now like to request Bhante Gyan Lok sir to kindly share his views with all of us.
नमो तस्से भगवतो अरहतो सम्मा सम्बुद्धस्से सब्बपापस्य अकरणं कुशलस्य उपसम्पदा सचित्तपर्योदपनं एतं बुद्धानुशासनं। आज 8वें इंटरफेथ सम्मेलन सीमस स्कूल के प्रेक्षागृह में आयोजित किया गया। ये आयोजन करता इस संस्थान के संस्थापक आदरणीय जगदीश गांधी जी, संस्थापिका आदरणीय भारती गांधी जी, मंच पे आसीन धर्मगुरुगण, सामने भारत के भविष्य प्यारे बच्चे। दुनिया में शांति के लिए, सुख समृद्धि के लिए शांति का होना परम आवश्यक है। शांति तभी हो सकती है जब हमारे मन में, हमारे चित्त में मैत्री हो, प्रेम हो, और जहाँ मैत्री और प्रेम होगा वहाँ हिंसा, द्वेष, नफरत जैसे तत्व नहीं हो सकते हैं। धम्मपद में भगवान बुद्ध ने, जो मैंने अभी भगवान बुद्ध के उपदेश का पाठ भी किए, सब्ब पापस्य अकरणं कुशलस्य उपसंपदा, सभी पापों का न करना, कुशल कर्मों का करना, सचित्त पर्योदपनं, और अपने चित्त को परिशुद्ध करना, एतं बुद्धान शासनं, ये बुद्ध का शासन है, ये बुद्ध का धर्म है। सभी धर्मों के यहाँ पे धर्मगुरु विराजमान हैं। इस स्कूल का स्लोगन भी है, मैनकाइंड इज वन, गॉड इज वन, रिलीजन इज वन। पाली में एक सूत्र है, भगवान ने देशना की है, महाहत्तोपम सूत्र की सिमली है कि सबसे बड़ा जो पैर है इस पृथ्वी पे किस जीव का है, वो हाथी का है। और हमारे देश में, और हमारे देश का हाथी सबसे, यहाँ के लोग बहुत ही पूजनीय मानते हैं। वैदिक परंपरा में जाएंगे, गणेश का स्वरूप है। बौद्ध परंपरा में बोधिसत्व का स्वरूप है। तो हाथी के पैर में सारे जानवरों का पैर समाहित हो जाता है। वैसे ही मैत्री में, ह्यूमैनिटी में जितने भी धर्म हैं वो सब समाहित हो जाते हैं। तो हाथी का पैर सबसे विशाल है, और मानवता जो है, मैत्री जो है, जितने भी धर्म हैं वो सारे उसी में समाहित होते हैं। कोई इससे बाहर जाके बात नहीं कर सकता। बताने का तरीका अलग हो सकता है, कराने की तरकीब, युक्ति वो अलग हो सकती है। उसी को युक्ति और कराने का तकरीब को पंथ भी बोल सकते हैं। परंतु जो हम लोग करते हैं वो मैत्री को, ह्यूमैनिटी को, वो जितना हम डेवलप करेंगे उतना हम सुख समृद्धि में आगे बढ़ेंगे। गॉड इज वन, इस मामले में हम थोड़ा कि बौद्ध धर्म में गॉड, ईश्वर, परमात्मा जैसे कंसेप्ट नहीं है। तीसरे में आते हैं रिलीजन इज वन। सबसे कठिन ये शब्द है इसको परिभाषित करना, धर्म को और कर्म को। और बुद्धिज्म में दोनों एक ही बताए हैं। जो हम कुछ भी करते हैं वो हम सब धर्म ही करते हैं। आप लोग यहाँ इस विद्यालय में आते हैं इसे छात्र विद्या के लिए, आपका विद्या धर्म है। यहाँ के टीचरों का अध्यापन धर्म है। हम लोग का सद्कर्मों को प्रति प्रेरित करना लोगों को, वो धर्म है। तो हम लोग जो भी कुशलता के लिए एक्टिविटीज़ करते वो सब धर्म है। मैं ज़्यादा समय नहीं लूँगा, बहुत लंबा हो जाएगा। पहले से भी इंडिकेट किया हुआ है कि इस समय का तो धर्म जो हम लोग करते हैं, और भगवान बुद्ध ने जो धम्मपद में उपदेश किया, हम लोग अपने चित्त को है ना हमेशा परिशुद्ध बनाए रहें। मानवता को, मैत्री को, इंसानियत को हम जितना डेवलप करेंगे उतना हम धर्म की रक्षा करेंगे। धर्म का मतलब ही होता है अत्तनो स्वभावं धारयति धम्मो। जो अपने स्वभाव को धारण करता है वो धर्म है। और वो दो ही होते हैं, या कुशल है या अकुशल है। हम यहाँ पे आप लोग आते हैं विद्या सीखने के लिए, तो आप विद्या सीखेंगे। अगर दूसरे उद्देश्य से आएंगे तो दूसरा चीज़ होंगे, दोनों के अलग अलग परिणाम होंगे। तो हम लोग को कुशल ही चीज़ें सीखनी है जो अपने लिए कल्याणकारी हों, दूसरे के लिए भी कल्याणकारी हो, सबके लिए कल्याणकारी हो। वही सच्चा धर्म है, वही सच्ची मानवता है, वही सच्चा कर्म है। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, साधुवाद, नमो बुद्धाय।
Thank you, sir. And a very, very important fact that sir has brought to light, that when peace is required, peace is required at every stage. And when there is love for everyone, there is no scope of hatred. I would now like to request Shri Harpal Jaggi ji to present his views.
Honorable founder of CMS, most respected Shri Jagdish Gandhi ji, Mrs. Bharti Gandhi ji, Mrs. Geeta Gandhi ji, all the religious participants sitting on the dais, dignitaries, respected dignitaries in front of me, and students. I am really delighted and thankful for giving me an opportunity to express my views on the interfaith harmony in the contemporary world. I am here to express my views on the subject in the light of Sahib Shri Guru Granth Sahib Ji. Friends, interfaith harmony is very much needed to bring a peaceful and stable order to the society and the world. It is worthy to mention that under the guidance of Shri Jagdish Gandhi ji, Bharti Gandhi and Geeta Gandhi ji, CMS is playing an instrumental, vital role in addressing this social issue. And I find this is the only institution which is really addressing it. Friends, let me tell you, a world deprived of peace and harmony certainly will fall apart, return to jungle era in which the strong prey the weak. And we had been seeing in the past. In most parts of the world, it has been noticed that religious intolerance has resulted into conflicts, feuds, battles, and a lot of bloodshed. If we see the Indian history from 15th century or even before, fights, feuds, battle took place due to hatred for another faith or religion. In the name of religion, blind faiths were brought which were against the ethics of any religion, as everybody spoke, which guides us for universal brotherhood and universal love. During the 15th century and even after, Renaissance was brought by many masters, especially by Sikh gurus, Bhagats, Bhatts. It is important to mention that Sahib Shri Guru Granth Sahib was compiled in the shape of Pothi Sahib in 16th century by Shri Guru Arjan Dev Ji, and later on it was completed by Sahib Shri Guru Gobind Singh Ji, the 9th Guru. And in this Guru Granth Sahib, we have got Banis of Bhagats, we have got Banis of Bhatts. There are 12 Bhatts, the Bani is there, 15 Bhatts are there, and the Banis of Sikh Gurus, there are 6 Sikh Gurus, the Bani is there in Sahib Shri Guru Granth Sahib, which means that Guru Granth Sahib came with the message, unity in diversity, where people from all the region were there to spread the message of God. And this Granth is not for and not meant for Sikhs, it is a universal Granth. In this context, I would like to mention a shlok of Bhagat Kabir, which is widely recited by many religious scholars. And in past also, I have noticed Honorable Jagdish Gandhi ji is also very fond of this shlok. Awwal Allah, Noor upaya, Kudrat ke sab bande, ek noor te sab jag upjya, kaun bhale ko mande. Which means, Awwal one, Allah Creator has created His own aura, inclusive of His entire creation. In this pretext, I would like to mention another shlok from Sahib Shri Guru Granth Sahib Ji, shlok of Sahib Shri Guru Arjan Dev Ji Pita Maharaj. Koi bole Ram Ram, koi Khudai, koi seve Gusaiya, koi Allah hai. Which means some call him Ram and some call him Khuda. Some serve him as Gusai, other as Allah, which makes us understand that every religion in different parts of the world believe in one God. The belief to serve mankind and advocate the theory of universal brotherhood. Friends, now I would like to mention, and this is very important, and because of that, I think we have been called here. Peace and harmony is a basic prerequisite and is required to bring peaceful and stable order in the world. In the current scenario, this is very much important and necessary for the survival and development of mankind. Peace and harmony has got long-lasting value. Harmony between faith and religion is important for the development of all nations in the world. A harmonious environment fosters social stability, human rights, and economic development. Without inter-religious harmony, freedom of religion is almost impossible to achieve in the society as well as in the world, which I would not like to mention, it will go long. The governance in the different countries of the world should engage with religious leaders of different faiths and religious organizations that can make significant contribution in the field of human rights, to economic justice, to climate change, to anti-corruption efforts. At last, I would like to mention that without inter-religious harmony, the world will not progress in terms of social welfare, economical growth, technological advancements, scientific progress, and even universal brotherhood will be hampered. And I really appreciate, from my core of heart, I really appreciate that CMS is doing a lot of job in this subject. And I had been here earlier also to speak on these topics, and I'm really thankful to CMS, especially Jagdish Gandhi ji, Geeta Gandhi ji, Bharti Gandhi ji, for giving me an opportunity to speak on this issue, which I love. Thank you so much. Thank you. Vaheguru ji ka khalsa, Vaheguru ji ki fateh.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your views and for expressing that peace and harmony are the basic prerequisite for the development of mankind, and harmonious environment brings economic stability and makes a progressive society. I would now like to request Reverend Dr. Father Danish Naresh Lobo, Vicar General and Vice President of the Diocese of Lucknow, to please share his views.
Dear Dr. Jagdish Gandhi ji, the founder of CMS, the members of CMS family, distinguished guests, honorable religious leaders present on the dais, and my dear students. I would like to begin with a short story. Once, a guru asked his disciples, "Students, can you tell me how you recognize the night is over and it is the day, it is the dawn?" The students gave the answer. "Sir, it may be when you hear the vehicles moving, it may be the birds singing, and so on." But the Guru said, "No, it is not the right answer." When the students asked the Guru, "Sir, tell me, what is the right answer? Tell us what is the right answer." And the Guru said, "My dear students, when you get up in the morning, when you come out, and if you see a human being, and when you see his or her face, and if you recognize that he is my brother or she is my sister, then it is really the day has begun. And if you don't recognize, you are still in dark, and still it is night for you." My dear friends, the motto of CMS, God is one, religion is one, mankind is one. When I hear this motto, sometimes I think Mr. Jagdish Gandhi has taken it from the very Christianity itself. I don't say he has hijacked it, but behind this motto, the entire Christian principle stands about. God is one. God is love. That is the main principle of Christianity. The main and the first commandment is the love of God and the love of neighbor. If we don't love our neighbor, if we say we love God, we are liars. That's what the Bible says. Love of God and the love of neighbor are the two faces of a coin. We cannot separate them. And for the growth of a nation, for the growth of the country, for the harmony in the country, we have to love God, we have to love neighbor. Peace, love, justice, and brotherhood are the principles on which we can see the growth what we expect for. India is hoping for $5 trillion economy in coming years. And I don't think if there is no peace, there is no love, we can achieve it. We need it. Love is the essence of Christianity. We have to love others. We have heard the parable of the Good Samaritan. The Good Samaritan is the one who goes out of his way to help others. And we, as the Christians, as the people of the universe, we should have that love, that concern for others. There is goodness in all religion. God is one. We call God as our Father. You know, Christianity, we call God is our Father. We have that beautiful prayer, Our Father. Many of times we recite in the assembly. When you call God is our Father, what we are? We are children of God. We are brothers and sisters. Yes, ma'am, you are right. When God is a Father, when God is one, when God has created us, we are all brothers and sisters. And that thought should be there. And I think the CMS is carrying on this thought in their day-to-day programs. When we realize that we are the children of God, where there is peace, where there is harmony, where there is goodness, I think that is what we need for in the present world. And the religious unity, harmony is necessary for the growth. As you know, how peace is important. If you don't have peace at home, my dear students, you can't study. If you don't have peace within yourself, you can't study. Similarly, if there is no peace in our country, in our world, we can't progress. May God bless us all in our venture to have this peace, unity, love, and brotherhood. And I congratulate the CMS family, especially Dr. Jagdish Gandhi and the people those who are involved in this. Move ahead. You are doing well. Congratulations and God bless you.
A very, very essential thing that we need to remind ourselves of, that true knowledge is to recognize people around us, consider them as the creations of God, whom we need to love as we love God. Sir laid emphasis on brotherhood and the principle of love, which is the essence of Christianity. Thank you so much, sir, for expressing your views. Through all their speeches, children, we may conclude that all religions teach us the same principle of unity, love, and peace. We need to love our Creator, know Him, and follow His teachings by being human, maintaining peace and harmony, not only around us in the society, but also in the world at large. I thank all the representatives once again for addressing us. Children, what is your work? Didn't you all like it? Really? A huge one. Thank you so much. Children, you have 5 minutes break. We'll resume after 5 minutes. So I request everyone to be seated here after 5 minutes.
मॉडरेटर की यार पता नहीं क्या कर रहा है देवनारायण पिता कहीं का तुम कभी रहोगे जीवन भर ये सब हटाओ ना जल्दी जल्दी वो भी हटाओ वही दूसरा
अनाउंस कीजिए। नहीं, आप बोल दीजिए कि मेरा नाम तो पता है ना कि कविता सुना रहे हैं। किसी को शुरुआत तो कर दीजिए। Brothers and sisters, just for 2 minutes, if you will kindly sit down, I would like to recite a poem. ये पोएम मैंने हिंदी में लिखी है, खास करके इस प्रोग्राम के लिए। खास करके इस प्रोग्राम के लिए मैंने हिंदी में कविता लिखी है। और भारतीय संस्कृति को हम भूलते जा रहे हैं और हम पश्चिमस्त जो संस्कृति है, हमारा जो भी कपड़े हैं, हमारा खान पान है, सारा जो पश्चिमस्त है। तो मैंने कविता लिखी है और कविता का शीर्षक मैंने लिखा है कि फिर भी मैं कहता हूँ कि मेरा दिल है हिंदुस्तानी, फिर भी कहता हूँ कि मेरा दिल है हिंदुस्तानी। बड़े शौक से पीता हूँ मैं, बड़े शौक से पीता हूँ मैं कोला, स्प्राइट और पेप्सी। बड़े शौक से पीता हूँ मैं कोला, स्प्राइट और पेप्सी। भूल गया मैं मेरे माँ की हाथ की प्यार से बनाई हुई छाछ और लस्सी। फिर भी कहता हूँ कि मेरा दिल है हिंदुस्तानी। बड़े शौक से बड़े शान से खाता हूँ मैं, बड़े शान से खाता हूँ मैं पिज़्ज़ा, बर्गर, आजकल मोमो भी आया है। बड़े शान से खाता हूँ मैं पिज़्ज़ा, बर्गर, मोमो और चिकन चिली। भूल गया मैं मेरे गांव की सरसों का साग और मक्के की रोटी। फिर भी कहता हूँ कि मेरा दिल है हिंदुस्तानी। नित्य नियम मैं देखता हूँ, नित्य नियम मैं देखता हूँ जी, स्टार प्लस और फैशन टीवी। भूल गया मैं राष्ट्रीय दूरदर्शन और आकाशवाणी। फिर भी कहता हूँ कि मेरा दिल है हिंदुस्तानी। शादी लखनऊ में, शादी लखनऊ में, पेरिस में हनीमून। शादी लखनऊ में, पेरिस में हनीमून। भूल गया मैं कुल्लू, मनाली, मसूरी और देहरादून। फिर भी कहता हूँ कि मेरा दिल है हिंदुस्तानी। आजकल ब्लैक मनी का खुल्लम खुल्ला है बोलबाला। बिना झिझक के किसी भी राजनेता को पहना दो करेंसी नोटों की माला। रिजर्व बैंक है बिल्कुल खाली, स्विस बैंक में सारा माल पानी। फिर भी कहता हूँ कि मेरा दिल है हिंदुस्तानी। और आखिर में बड़े शान से कहता हूँ मैं, शान से बोलता हूँ मैं अंग्रेजी, जो है एक परदेसी भाषा। भूल गया मैं मेरी मातृभाषा और हिंदी है जो हमारी राष्ट्रभाषा। फिर भी कहता हूँ कि मेरा दिल है हिंदुस्तानी।
वाह 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 वाह, सुभान अल्लाह। ये हैं हमारे यहूदी धर्म के एकमात्र महामुनि। ये दिल्ली से आए हैं और यहूदी धर्म के कुल इंडिया में अब 5000 लोग रह गए हैं। ये उनमें से महान नेता हैं और मैं इनकी कविता को बहुत बहुत मुबारकबाद देती हूँ। आई कॉन्ग्रेचुलेट यू। ही इज फ्रॉम द Moses. He is a Jew and I am also a Jew. Thank you for your recitation.
Dear students, may I request you to please take your seats quickly. We have the first panel discussion ready on the stage. May I request all the PETs and the teachers on discipline duty to please make sure that the children are seated in the next 1 minute. Teachers on discipline duty are requested to please bring the children from outside if they are outside and make sure they are seated in their places. Hurry up, boys and girls. Quickly. Very good. Please finish your snacks which you have at your tables and pack them up. Mr. Ammar, could you please check outside if there are any students outside, bring them inside. Mr. Ajay Maurya, please check this side if there are any students in the corridors outside. Thank you.
I believe everyone is recharged and refueled. I can hear your spirits were high when you came in. Please reflect the same spirit when you hear the eminent speaker speaking. Children, you have got a job to do. Thank you so much. But apart from listening to them and imbibing the good virtues, you are present here on behalf of the entire student fraternity of CMS family, right? So be generous with your applause. Please make your presence felt. Children. Great. Maintain this. Now moving ahead with the first session of this day. The topic for this session is Religion and an Ethical Code for Technology. I call upon Mr. Rohit Mishra, teacher from CMS Gomtinagar Campus 1, to moderate the session. We have with us Dr. Divya Gupta, who is a co-founder and director of Experiome Biotech Private Limited. Having a research experience of more than 20 years, she established Experiome with a vision to develop highly trained and skilled biotechnology leaders of the future. She looks after the overall operations of the company. Then we have Reverend Dr. Father Dennis Naresh Lobo, Vicar General and Rector, Catholic Diocese of Lucknow. Dr. Sally Hamood, who is a communication expert incorporating academic theories with best practices in multiple industries to support organizations in setting their internal structure and expand to external markets. She's also an academic lecturer with entrepreneurial spirit driven by diverse experience and sustained by empirical practices. And last but not the least, we have Jaya Singh with us, who is a student from Aliganj Campus 1. Can we hear loud for her? I request all the panelists to please be seated.
It's also our great pleasure and honor to have Dr. Ajit Seshani, Director of the National Botanical Research Institute. So you're very welcome as a panelist. We're really honored actually to have the director of a CSIR institution, Central Scientific Research Institution, the director of the NBRI, which students you will know as the Botanical Gardens. Did you know that the Botanical Gardens is called the National Botanical Research Institute, or the NBRI? Sir is the director of that research institute. He's a very eminent academic, highly published. He has 102 patents to his name. So he's a one of the most senior academics in our country. He has done a lot of research in several countries, including the USA, and he has, we just met him very recently when he was kind enough to receive Dr. Adil Umar Sharif, who is our chief advisor to this conference, who will be coming later on this morning, I think. Dr. Sashni had very kindly invited Dr. Adil Umar Sharif, our guest for this conference, who had come from Egypt. Dr. Sashni had invited him to visit the NBRI, and that's where we learned how, what a senior academic, and how he has multifarious academic and research interests, including in biotechnology, because that's it's to do with biological sciences, and therefore he has had occasion to think a lot about the ethics of technology as well. So it's very nice to have him as well. Thank you so much, sir, for being here, and thank you to all the eminent panelists. It's just that Dr. Sashni's name was not here and not taken, so I have intervened to come and introduce sir. Thank you so much.
I request Mr. Mohit to please take the floor.
Thank you, ma'am. Jai Jagat and good morning to all of you. We are starting the session, and as we all know that we have in our panel Dr. Sally, Dr. Ajit Kumar Sasne, Ma'am Divya Gupta, and Father Dennis, and one of our student, Jaya. The topic which we have selected is the religion and the ethical code of conduct in technology. We know that science has changed and transformed a lot. If we see it from the ancient and the medieval time, science was just a natural philosophy. Even Isaac Newton, whom we consider one of the greatest scientists of the world, who gave the theory of the gravitation, he also has written a book in which the term philosophy was used. Still, PhD is called Doctor of Philosophy, even if it is in science or arts, anywhere. So science was earlier just like philosophy. It was natural philosophy about nature, about earth. But nowadays, with the advancement of genetics and with the advancement of the other areas of information technology and biotechnology, lot more revolution has come. And specifically, we talk about the biotechnology with the advent of genetic engineering. We had the issues like genetically modified organism. We had the issues like embryonic stem cell therapy. We have the issues like test tube baby. And there have been a lot of problems faced by the world, which has been documented by Organization for Economic Cooperation Development, the premier body which looks after it. So on these aspects, our eminent panelists will be discussing with you all. There are certain rules for this particular discussion. The total time allotted is approximately 45 to 50 minutes with the discussion time of not more than 40 minutes. So I request all the panelists to stick to 5 to 6 minutes to give their valuable views. And then the final 10 minutes, the session would be open for discussion and the question and answer session where the students can ask their question from our panelists. These are certain rules which we have formulated, and now we are starting the discussion on the topic religion and the ethical code of conduct in technology. And for this, I first invite Ma'am Shally to give her views.
So good morning, good afternoon, everyone. I think talking about the ethics of technology is something which has kept us busy, and everyone is trying to think about how do we resolve this issue, because technology has evolved so much that some people are afraid of what we call singularity, meaning that reaching a point where evolution is faster by hundreds of times, and what we needed currently, what we have needed to do in maybe 50 years, we are doing it now in 5 years. So there are so many voices that are afraid of what technology is doing. At the same time, we have people who are, if I may say, optimistic about technology is doing, speaking about biomedical engineering, speaking about biological biomedics, speaking about the evolution in sciences, it has brought us some optimism to the table. We cannot disregard this. But what I would like to discuss about the ethics of technology is two things, two main things. Technology which is related to protecting our data, technology which is relating to changing our habits. So one is talking about AI, artificial intelligence indeed, because we cannot not talk about artificial intelligence when talking about technology, since it has become the father or mother of this evolution. At the same time, what I would like to discuss is talking about the data protection, and the other thing is talking about how to deal with it in times of crisis, like looking at it from different sides. Because to give a very quick example, if we look at technology in military, just to give a quick demonstration. Military has been using artificial intelligence and technology so much in the few days, and it has in the past days, and it really has raised some concerns. At the same time, there are some companies all over the world that have been working on coming up with solutions to protect civilians in times of war. So this brings us into the options of using technology and how we behave with it, which is something that I will talk about. The other thing that I would like to discuss as well is what we call persuasive technologies, which means that technologies, it doesn't have to be built on AI, but it's technologies that would change our behaviors. An example of this is, for example, watches like, I don't want to call any marks, not to do any marketing, but watches or applications that help us to maintain our, for example, habits, our steps, our diet, our whatsoever. So this really has improved our ability. If we go back in time, seatbelt was considered as a persuasive technology. How? Because if you go in a car and you don't put the seatbelt, it will keep beeping until you put on the seatbelt. So here, I will move on to another topic which is related to ethics of technology, which is regulations, rules, legislations. And we mentioned something in yesterday's panel, how ethics are the prematurity of legality. So what I mean is that it's good to examine the ethical scene now in technology and to see where we want to head to when it comes to policy making, when it comes to making rules out of it. Because let's look at what is happening, for example, with the UK, for instance. The UK is trying to create a body which is kind of a watchdog for artificial intelligence to create a sense of governance for this technology. However, this might raise some conflicts because we have seen through history when the International Agency for Atomic Energy was created, it wasn't implemented in the right way. So here we cannot not talk about politics as well, because now we are at a war similar to what happened in the World War I, World War II, when countries were all trying to go to get armed, buy weapons, and get their geographic territories. Now it's a different type of war. Countries now are getting into war on data. So what we need to discuss here, before getting into this macro scene, let's look into the micro scene. Let's talk about data privacy and discuss it. So it's a question for students to think about. Well, you're all on social media, right? Right? Everyone is on social media? Yeah? Okay. So, you know, social media is a free tool, but it's not a free tool. Because the price you pay for getting on these platforms is the data that you give away. So, is this ethical? Do you think this is ethical, students? Yes or not? No? All right. So, it is not ethical, of course, because now what we've seen is many companies, many individuals are taking advantage of this, and they're creating deepfake images, they're creating fake voices, voice messages, and others that are being used in different ways of bad acts, if I may say. So what we need to look at is to take a step back and think about our ethics, our values. And when we talk about ethics and values, we need to think about it in two different ways. The individual ethics, like what would be good for me, what would I want, what would I desire, what would I believe in, and the most important thing in here is the collective values. What would bring the better or the best for the world? So in here, I think there's a sense of, that's why it's interesting to be talking about ethics of technology in an interfaith conference. Because it's a matter not of religions, it's a matter of faith. It's a matter of how people look at it. It's not a matter of rules. It's a matter of looking at this dilemma, examining it, and looking at how we want to be. Because let's face it, we cannot refuse technology today. We cannot. Every one of us has a digital identity, and we cannot go to school, we cannot travel, we cannot open bank accounts, we cannot buy online, we cannot do anything. So we have been governed by technology. But here, because it's a new thing that we have entered in, we really need policymakers, academicians, tech companies, and youth to be on a round table and discuss, because what we are seeing from technology is very few. Youth are going to see most of it, and I think they will be seeing most interesting things out of it. So I think we'll be talking about this in the next panel as well. Thank you so much.
Well said, ma'am. As ma'am said that we are in a kind of data war. This is the third world war, which we cannot see. It's a data war. So there need to be certain ethical codes so that the data or the technology can be propagated, as well as the privacy can also be reserved for everybody. So we have to look into it. Thank you, ma'am, so much. Now I would like to call Dr. Ajit Kumar Shastri, sir, to give his valuable thoughts on the concept of biotechnology, as sir is expert in this particular field.
Thank you, Dr. Mishra. A very good morning and good afternoon to everyone. Let me first thank Dr. Geeta to give me this opportunity to be with you. Actually, I wanted to be with you, the students, so I can speak something. If 1% of that you imbibe, then it will be great for me. It's a wonderful environment. There are three things here. First is religion, second is ethical code, and third thing is technology. So we are increasing in our population, you know that. The population explosion is there. Limited space, limited resources, and there is compounding this is climate change. And our forefathers, they have started working on natural farming. You must have listened that, natural farming, organic farming. Now it is organic farming coming up again. So to feed this population, initially after our independence, we went for green revolution. And in this green revolution, we went for breeding. I'm telling about the technology. I'll come back to one by one, all other codes and all these things. So to feed this population, we are actually begging earlier for food. But to feed this population, our scientists, they worked hard and green evolution resulted. And here we are in a position now, we are actually self-sufficient in rice, the carbohydrates, rice and wheat. But we are not self-sufficient in pulses, proteins and oilseeds. So we are trying to be self-sufficient in that, in this regard. So we are moving in this regard. So here comes the technology. And if you see, I'm just giving one example. If you see, we started breeding the crops, and breeding is a technology. So it takes the crop to evolve, in the evolution, to take 10,000 years to be better and better and better, accumulating the mutations. Those who are understanding biotechnology, or those who are, have studied biology. But this plant breeding allows to breed the plant, to bring one character to another plant, so that the crop plant will be producing more and more, and that's how we have gone for that. But breeders are the people who actually, just like Arjun की तरह, एक आंख में देखते हैं और गोल देखते हैं, yield, yield and yield. So we forgot the nutritious value of those particular crops. Now we are coming back again to the technology. So whether we have forgotten at that time, the wild types, those are having highly nutritious. Those people who were going to their earlier homes, so they may be getting better taste because of the nutrition, because of the molecules, and during the COVID time, we started taking kadhas. You might be seeing that. Where from? These kadhas are from medicinal plants, aromatic plants. But earlier, food was the medicine. We have forgotten that. For our population increase, to feed the population, to get a quick thing, then we adapted the technology, and in this technology, we didn't adapt the code to keep the nutrition intact. So here comes the code. So when we are planning something in technology, then this technology, there should be something engraved, the ethical code, which we should think for the future generation. That is one thing. Second thing, the second technology came, genetic engineering. The genetic engineering, now you can take a gene from any place and introduce to a crop plant or an animal and make it transgenic. When you make it transgenic, then it will behave, the gene will give the character of the earlier what you wanted to introduce. Is it ethical to introduce each and every character? Here comes the code. So in India, we have got RCGM body making the codes, what we can do, what we cannot, and they will be passing on to GEAC, a highest level, Ministry of Environment, and there they will give you the right whether you can go for cultivating that plant or releasing that animal or releasing that recombinant DNA which will give you the vaccine. So that happens because of the code. So then comes the next technology. I have 1 or 2 minutes more? 2 minutes. Okay, you are very strict. So then comes the genome editing. The genome editing now, again the same thing. You need not introduce a gene. There are 3 types of genome editing, SDN1, SDN2, and SDN3. SDN3, you can introduce a gene without a vector, and it will integrate. And SDN1 and SDN2, it changes the genome of animal and plant. Rectify the fault, if any. So whether the code is, whether you can apply it to animal, human being. In human, can you go for changing the character in the womb itself? Here comes the code. So the codes are to be written in future. We have to follow those codes, those ethics. So when you go through the technology, we should be following the code. And I'm coming back to religion. 1 minute more. I'll take 2 minutes more. Whether in our religion the codes are there, Punarjan, making an equal genotype, cloning, these were there, but these were restricted. You cannot do it, एक मंत्र पढ़ो और एक दूसरा आदमी पैदा हो जाता है. So if the cloning, and I will tell about Sanatan Dharma, what is, because I am in that. So when you compare this thing, I am a scientist, and my father is a priest in Jagannath temple also. So many times I think how these go together. So these things, if you think, Brahmastra, so the missiles, right, artificial intelligence with engraved in missiles, Pushpak Viman, you can think and it will go. So those are things possible? Yes, the scientific evidences are coming now and again and again. So here, I mean, everybody and anybody cannot practice those things. There were certain codes in the ancient times also. So in religions, if you research, search, and go again and again thinking about that, then definitely we have codes. And now question comes, whether these codes can be universal, the answer comes, Vasudhekam Kutumbakam. So if the whole world is one, everybody say in the morning that religion teaches the same thing, God is one, it has been written there. So why cannot be the world is one, a code will be one, and whatever we decide, you go together, so it will not affect each other. So we should have ethics, code, and we have to have research, religion, and technology, we cannot stop. We have to adapt the technology to go forward. In any way, we cannot stop the technology. We have to adapt the technology. Thank you very much for inviting me. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you, sir, for the valuable ideas. Sir spoke about genetically modified organisms. Sir spoke about the nutrition fortification in the pulses, but at the same time, code for keeping the wild or the natural type safe. And sir spoke about the Ministry of Environment and Forest, which has genetic engineering appraisal committee to look after the dissemination of the genetically modified organism in India. So sir spoke about the code. Thank you so much, sir. Now, ma'am Divya to give her views.
Thank you, Reggie. A very good afternoon to founder Honorable Jagdish Gandhi ji, Bharati Gandhi ji, and Geeta Gandhi ji, and my dear students and all the dignitaries present here. Today we are here to discuss about religion and ethical code of technology. So what is technology basically? It's application of the knowledge that we use for achieving goals to make human lives better, which is based on proof and the concepts. And religion. If you talk about religion, you cannot define it in just few words. Since morning, we are discussing about religion and different aspects of religion, different religions, and it's a way of life that provides us some meaning to live and purpose of people's lives. Religions gives us not only comfort and support, it gives us a way of living. So if we talk about technology, how technology is being used in religion, in whole world, there are almost 16 civilizations and 4,000 religions. So we are following so many different religions in the world. So if we talk about how technology is being used in the religion, in 15th century, there was several printing media or printing press. They were producing different kinds of printed material that was used for spreading Christianity throughout the Europe. Then in 17th century, they used these telescopes for identifying the heaven or the universe. So they studied universe and the place of human beings in that universe. Now you come to 20th century, when we are using internet heavily for everything, for the social media, for the virtual reality. Virtual reality is being used for creating sacred spaces, which is being used by different people. And then social media, that is being used for connecting people across the world. And also sharing their beliefs, their ideas about the religion and different things. Then we talk about AI, which is artificial intelligence. And if you look for this thing, it is, these days, people are using AI for new forms of religious expression. What they do, some of the artists, they are creating different kinds of music or arts based on AI that is influenced by some religious beliefs. So we are using technology in all spheres of our life from the very past. If you look for what is ethical code, so ethics tells about what is right or what is wrong, and it defines the behavior of a person or conduct, moral conduct regarding technology. So if we talk about, so there are certain issues which we need to address. One is your security, your privacy. So all the content which is present on the internet or the various social medias which you share should be kept secure, should be kept private. It should not be misutilized. Then comes IP. So intellectual property rights and all these things should be kept very confidential, means all the data should be kept nicely and patents should be taken as such, and people should not copy softwares which some students try to get the softwares for, means you go to the market and get cheaper softwares, versions of the same software, like we use Windows. So many of you go to the market and get the copy of the original software. So that's not good. We should not do such things. Since I am a biotechnologist, I will talk about biotechnology a little bit. Dr. Shasne already talked about it. So biotechnology is made up of two words. Students, you must be knowing it's biology and technology. Biology is a study of cellular and molecular processes, and technology harnesses all those processes for betterment of the human society or the mankind. So biotechnology is all about gene manipulation, as Dr. Shasne already discussed, that we can make different kinds of medicines. The best example is Humulin, which is humanized insulin, which is very important for curing diabetes these days. And we have just passed through the COVID era, where we have developed so many techniques, vaccines, and all these things. And then we developed genetically modified crops, which are better than the normal crops. Like one of my friends, they have developed golden banana, so that is rich in vitamin A. So the people, they don't need to eat medicines. They can eat these kind of things like golden rice, which is rich in vitamin A. And then we have salmon, which is rich in omega-3 fatty acids. These are genetically modified organisms. Nowadays, genome editing and all these technologies are in use for treating human diseases and so many things. So, but these all things are very, very, sometimes poses several threats, like for creating designer babies, synthetic biology, and creating new life forms that do not exist on the earth, like creating some kind of monsters, and use of human embryos and stem cells in the research. These should be kept in such a way that they don't create any kinds of threats. And we should stop things that people say that I can play as a god to create a new human being. That's why human cloning is prohibited these days. Thank you. Thank you, CMS, for inviting me for this. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, ma'am. Ma'am talked about both the technologies. She talked about the social media, information technology, and biotech, and she also talked about the various ethical issues raised in biotech. Sir, now I would like to call upon Dr. Dennis Lobo, sir.
Distinguished panelists and my dear friends, especially the students gathered here. I'm happy to be the part of this panel discussion. The topic, as you know, religion and ethical code for technology. Being a Christian, a Catholic priest, I'm here to highlight the impact of technology on religion and ethics. A few years back, Wired, a monthly American magazine, published a controversial article entitled, "Why the Future Doesn't Need Us." The author, Bill Joy, he calls for total prohibition, total ban on artificial intelligence, nanotechnology, and genetic engineering. He says these three fields can have tremendous impact on ethics and religion. That's why he says we have to ban these three technologies. Joy writes, "We are being propelled into this new century with no plan, no control, no brakes." He says technology has become an unbridled monster. Is it so? In this panel discussion, we are going to discuss about, do we need religion and ethical code for technology? Technology, my dear students, as you know, how important it is. Being a science student in my younger age, I was very much enthusiastic about the innovation and the inventions. Technology has brought a tremendous change all over the world. We live because of the technology. The technology, what we could see here, maximum use of that in this auditorium. We need technology. Without technology, it's difficult to live, to move on. But does this technology have a power on us which can make us less human? Are we playing God? Has the technology has taken the place of religion? Should religion and ethical code have a say in technology? As a religious leader, I am here to discuss this matter and to bring to awareness that we should have a religion, ethical code in the technology. Through much of history, religion and ethics have paid little attention to technology. We are here to discuss the seriousness of this technology without ethics or religion can impact on each and every one of us. There are several ethical questions that bring about through this technology. Self-driving cars, drones, robotic caregivers, and autonomous weapons are only few of these areas in which machines will be making complex decisions without human oversight. This has resulted in the development of fledgling discipline of machine and mechanical ethics. Should our machines make strictly utilitarian choices, or do we wish them to have a larger value set that mimics our own? What role should religion play in guiding our programming of these machines? Do our technologies threaten religion itself? God has created us. He has created us in His own image and likeness. He has given the freedom to do good and not to do evil. These technologies, do they threaten our freedom? May not be appearing so. But as a person, I'm more concerned about the future technologies. The illustrations the eminent panelists give about the recent technological development and the ethics behind it, even though we have in India a certain ethical code, or in the international level we have ethical code for technologies, I think at this juncture we have to discuss more about it. There should be an ethical code to control, to bridle this unbridled monster, that it may be for the good of human beings. The uniqueness of human person, for me, is closely linked with the possession of sense of awe and wonder, a sense of sacred, a sense of divine presence. As human being, we have an impulse within us that leads us to pray. Indeed, prayer is our true nature as humans. Only in prayer do we become fully ourselves. And to the qualities that I just mentioned, awe, wonder, a sense of the sacred, I would add sense of love. Through loving other human beings, Through loving the animals and loving God, we become ourselves. We become truly human. Without love, we are not humans. Now, a machine, however subtle, does not feel love. Computer does not love you. You may love computer. Machine, they do not pray. It does not have a sense of sacred, a sense of awe and wonder. To me, the human qualities of love, no machine, no technology can have. You may love the computer as I said, but the computer does not love you. If you don't know how to use the technology, the mass media, the social media, I think we are going into the place where we are eternally doomed. As always, we must welcome innovation and technology and the benefits they bring us. But we must also remain committed to sustainable development, taking into account issues of inequality, human dignity, and inclusiveness. Our technologies will keep moving forward. Through them, we will be inevitably change our world, ourselves, and our understanding of what we are and what we wish to become. This needs an ongoing dialogue between religion, ethical code, and technology, in the hope that a technology guided by religious values and ethical code will transform the human society. That is my wish. That is my prayer. Thank you and God bless you all.
Thank you so much, sir. Sir took a holistic approach in describing the importance of technology. He also described the ill impact of technology. He also tried to explain what kind of code of conduct we should have, and he also tried to just establish a balance between the religion and technology. Thank you so much, sir. Jaya, now you can take.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, respected dignitaries and panelists. Sir, I feel religion and ethical code can play an important role in guiding and development of use of technology. For example, many religions have a common thought about like compassion, brotherhood, and respect for each other. Additionally, ethical codes can help to ensure that technology is used in a responsible and sustainable way that benefits society as a whole. By considering the ethical implications of technology and incorporating religious teachings into our approach, we can create a more just and equitable world. If I talk about religious teachings at CMS, I'm studying here since kindergarten, and at every event we witness all religion prayer, world unity prayer, world peace prayer, whose aim is to inculcate these teachings since our childhood, since our primary classes, which says that the whole world is but one country and mankind its citizens. The Vasudev Kutumbakam teachings are inculcated in CMS students since their primary classes. So that's a benefit, and that is a difference which CMS provides as compared to other schools. Coming back to what teachings from different faiths say about science and technological development. Different religions have different views on science and technology development. Some religions view science and technologies as tools that can be used to improve people's life, while others view them as a threat to traditional values and beliefs. However, many religions encourage their followers to use science and technologies in ways that are consistent with their beliefs and values. For example, some religions encourage their followers to use science and technology to help others to protect the environment, while others encourage their followers to use science and technology to explore the mysteries of universe and deepen their understanding of divine. In general, religion have different attitudes towards science and technology, depending on their beliefs and values. For example, some religions believe that the pursuit of knowledge and understanding is a sacred duty, and that science and technology are valuable tools for achieving that. Other religions view science and technology as a threat to traditional ways of life, to the natural order of world. In some cases, religion have played an important role in development of science. For example, many of the great scientists of the past were deeply religious, and they saw their work as a way of exploring the mysteries of universe and gaining a deeper understanding of divine. In other cases, religion have been a critical of science technology, seeing them as a threat to traditional values. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jaya. She spoke about the role of religion, and she also spoke about how the science and religion can be brought together. Now, this session is open to all the audience, and anyone can ask question from the eminent panelist. Apart from, before that, Ajit sir want to talk to you for 1 minute, and then we will take up.
Just what I wanted to say, Jaya has told it. Because I will give a simple experimental example, the Lego experiments. Actually, the religion subject is very big. The science, what we understand, after that, what we don't understand, we think it is God. I think, that's my personal view. Then when we go on understanding the thing, that's the Lego experiment, they are trying to find out what are the different rays coming to the earth, the electromagnetic wave, and how they are helping us in our well-being. India has also repeated that project. So it is there, the waves are there, magnetic waves are there. Sometimes the religion says something, what Jaya told, it is secretive, the technology should be secret. Sometimes the religion allowed to go for discoveries and invention. But my point of view is there, if you bring religion to some extent, ethics, moral code of conducts are all right. If you bring religion to some extent, it is okay, but there are different views in different religion, then there will be controversy. And the invention, it's the mind of the scientist, they will be restricted. So let the invention go on, but we have to make in a global level the moral code of conduct which everybody should follow. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. And what I believe that after the discussion, there should be a governing body which should formulate the ethical code of conduct for the advancing technologies, because they are definitely helpful for the human being, but at the same time, they can be problematic. So we should have it. Now, ma'am, you want to ask some questions?
Yes. I have few things to say. One is that the first thing is that religion and science, these should be complementary. Because a scientist who is not spiritual and a scientist who is not committed to harmony with all creations will be destructive, can be destructive. But a scientist who is spiritual and thinks about the विश्व का कल्याण और समस्त प्राणियों के साथ सद्भावना will never go wrong. Technology is important, science is important, but we are talking about ethical codes. One of the things that genetically modified thing is harming the world is taking away all the biodiversity, taking away all the indigenous seeds. And for India, biodiversity is not like I was invited to parliamentary biotechnology committee, biodiversity committee, when they moved a bill for changing the word biodiversity to resources. Means we can sell everything. Biodiversity for India is the soul. So the scientist and the technologist cannot go against the soul. Just now, sir, you said about mind, scientist mind. I am saying the scientist is also soul. Scientist is not just a mind and a brain or a reasoning thing. Ethical codes are all there. They have been made, but there is no commitment to follow them, no commitment to accountability. So where is it happening? Means I can talk for hours on this issue, but there's no time. But I want to bring to your attention, when we are just talking like a statement, ethical code, ethical code. In India, ethical code doesn't mean anything. We are saying we will have a cow which will only breed female cow. How can we talk about only this female cow? What will happen to Shivji's Nandi?
Ma'am, sorry,
Thank
asking.
you. Thank you.
I think ma'am has made some statement regarding that.
Can you ask the students?
Yeah, ma'am. Yeah, ma'am. Any student of CMS want to ask some question to eminent panelist?
Yes, there's a student there, and there's another one there. There's two. And while they're raising their hands, the mic is going, I'll raise a quick thing. That yesterday, on my family group, I put a little article that I saw. It was a video of some singing contest that was going on. I don't even know in which country it was. Could have been the UK. And the judges who were judging that singing contest, whoever was singing, the face of that person was not actually of that person. The face of the person who was apparently singing was that of the judges themselves. And one was of Elvis Presley, and one was, two or three was of the judges. In other words, instantly, through AI, facial features were morphed immediately. And you see, at the moment, in Hollywood, there's a protest going on by actors and others. They're saying that we don't want AI to take away our jobs. Now, up to now, technology has been something that has helped to remove human drudgery. If back-breaking tilling work, if technology and machines could do those, that was a helpful thing for humanity. Although perhaps it would have taken away some people's jobs at the time, and there may have been some soul searching about the ethics of such a technology that takes away people's jobs, but at least it was taking away those jobs that involved drudgery and excessive back-breaking work. But if technology today is going to be taking away jobs of those kinds of jobs that are considered creative, such as acting, or such as music, making of music, then that goes to the very heart of what it means to be human being raided. So just as we have the technology to clone, Dolly the sheep was cloned now about 25, 30 years ago in Scotland. So we have the technology to clone even human beings. But as a humanity, we've said, well, thus far and no further. This is too much. This is acting God. Humans, saying that we can create other humans. And now an artificial womb has also been created, which is viable for actually producing a baby. So biotechnology, infotechnology is just hurtling past us at such a rapid speed. It is truly frightening. And so many aspects have been brought out. So I feel that religion has to be the source from which the ethical codes will come for how to contain, how to regulate, how to use this technology. The technology is there, it's not going away, as Dr. Sahali said. It's not that, it can't go away, and moreover, it has many beneficial aspects to it as well. So how do we harness its benefits and avoid its pitfalls? That is the question. And the question that I'd put to our students is this, that these ethical codes that shall guide how we use these technologies don't exist yet. They exist in some nascent form, as Dr. Sashni mentioned, that in our country, in every country, there are bodies that have been set up to look into this question and to regulate these technologies and to make the codes for them, the rules by which these technologies can be used and where they cannot be used and how they cannot be used. But a whole, like Dr. Sahali said, a whole architecture needs to be developed, and there's even a politics around that, right? So you shall probably be, because you're right at the cusp of leaving the school, in the next 1 or 2 years, you will be leaving the school, you'll be going off to university. Literally within the next 5 years, you'll be out there in the world and helping to make these decisions. Very shortly, you will be helping to make these decisions. So it's really important that you get engaged in this now. So I'm so glad that several of you raised your hand, and sorry that my intervention went on, but I really want you to.
Actually, this is an excellent and a very, 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 very important point, and I'll go back to Ms. Lolita's comment as well. The thing is, a scientist has a mind and it's working? Yeah? Okay, good. A scientist has a mind and a heart, but now, most of the time, scientists are thinking not about how to improve humans' life. Even if they think about it, they're doing it from their own perspective. And this brings me to answering Dr. Geeta's question. The thing is, and to tell you, to go back to what you said also, when we're talking about ethical codes and laws, this is why I mentioned that ethical code or ethics is the first step towards regulations. Because religion, I believe, now is problematic. We live in a world where religions are fighting together. The reason is they're fighting because of politics in the name of religion, and we know this everywhere. And unfortunately, religions in many places have taken the course of being governed by politicians and their agendas. And this is why it's very important to work on the critical thinking and to improve and to sustain our faith and not to be actually contaminated by these things. The other thing is the regulations, and speaking of, for example, AI taking over and taking jobs. Yes, similar to what automation did. Automation has taken a lot of jobs during the Industrial Revolution, and many people were afraid of it. But it basically created new jobs and new markets and new oceans, blue oceans, as we say. So the thing is, since youth are here, it's so essential, especially for you, because what I mentioned is that you will be living with technology. We're just seeing the tip of the iceberg. Is that maybe the moment you go out of this school, you have a new world up at your hand. Because the world is changing, jobs are changing, the ecosystems are changing, skills are changing. So what we need to think about is to keep our skills sustained and not to actually depend on university certificates and our skills that we have gained through college or school, because it's a changing world. But when it comes to ethics and regulations about, for example, putting a limit to technology, I believe this will be very much difficult. But as a starting with ethics, and when we think about ethics, we know that it's a little bit different than religion. Religion is straightforward. It's very clear. Ethics, they're very blurry. And we have so many schools of thoughts about ethics. Some people believe that it's ethical to do good for their country while they are ruining other countries. So it's very controversial. That's why it's essential to keep a sense of spirituality. Although it's very difficult for us and for you, because right now even education has become a matter of business. Industry, 100%. Academic institutions, they're not actually producing youth with knowledge. They're producing, unfortunately, only youth with skills. And this is something we have to look about. Knowledge is different than skills. And I think this will help us, as Dr. Geeta say, to involve youth in decision-making and coming up with ethical frameworks or regulations or whatever we could do to protect this important. It's a very important, let's call it the new oil. Technology is the new oil. Data is the new oil. It is. It's much more important than oil or gold or whatsoever because we created. So I think this is a good start for us to think about ethical codes.
What is difference and what is the relation between religion, secular, tradition and nationalism?
Sir, please repeat the question, sir. Yes, ma'am. We are open to the taking question from our students. Some few hands were raised. Sir, can you give mic to them? Yeah, you have the mic. Yeah.
Before I ask my question, just a small comment to what Professor Geeta said. I think we need to not only think about the ethical codes and their regulations, but we also need to think about their implementation on a large scale. And just as ma'am said on one of the panelists, that because it's a changing world, we need to make this implementation sustainable. Now, on to my question. This will be directed to the biotechnologists on this panel. Panelists, what do you think is more of a threat to humanity? The illegal use of GMOs or genetically modified organisms, or is it going to be artificial intelligence actually gaining self-thought?
Ma'am.
If I understand your question properly, you are talking about biodiversity and GMO. First thing, biodiversity, it is okay. This is our we have inherited. For that reason, we have to go for the wild types and preserve biodiversity. And what we are doing, but with the population explosion and because of the demand of land, it is very difficult to preserve those biodiversity. But Government of India, they have specific programs, Department of Biotechnology, to in situ conservatories, make in situ conservatories, also ex situ conservatories. So they are making, there are plans, also different gardens, biodiversity parks and gardens to preserve the biodiversity. It may not be enough to preserve the biodiversity, but we can have to some extent, we can have the preservations, thinking about the population growth. The second thing, it is a complex subject. We don't want to lose biodiversity, that's for sure, but we are losing it. Second thing is our GMO. It's why you are fearing GMO? If a gene is taken from somewhere else, the evolution is taking thousands of years to feed the population. To feed the population, should you use thousands of years to get that particular plant to feed yourself? I don't think it is so. So GMO you should not fear. If I introduce a gene for the betterment of that particular crop to pest tolerance or drought tolerance, salinity tolerance, climate resistance, resilience, then why you are increasing that much population? I have a duty to, as a scientist, to think and feed the population. There is a pressure. There is a pressure. So we have to follow the technology. You cannot deny that. Today, tomorrow, you have to follow the technology. And the potatoes you are eating in the potato chips, in McDonald's or any other places.
Sir, I think his question was different.
What?
I think, beta, you asked the question that which one is more dangerous, na? In terms
Exactly,
of
sir.
technology, that is genetically modified organism or in artificial intelligence?
Artificial intelligence gaining self-thought, sir.
Gaining
self-thought.
Self-thought, yes. He asked the question different.
If you use it perfectly. Nothing is dangerous if you use it perfectly. That's a simple answer.
Thank you so much,
Means
sir.
there should be a balance. We should strike a balance between that. Any other question? One from this side, I think. Sir, he's there.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Omkar Dubey. I'm from Aliganj Campus 1. Sir, my question is from Dennis, sir. So you said that life nowadays life is not possible without technology. Sir, I think that we are getting more lazy due to technology. Sir, how we can, people in the 18th and 19th centuries were more healthy and living a very happy life, safely life. How we can get it in nowadays with the help of technology?
Regarding your question, I am not against the technology. As a religious leader, I'm not against the technology. Technology is needed, and I am against the use of technology in the present age that diminishes the human person. The personhood, as for me, is more than that what technology can bring about changes. We can't undermine that. Whatever diminishes the person, as a creation of God, which goes against any technology, goes against that, then I think that technology is not good. And there is a technological development. Last 18th century, 19th century speak about the 20th century, and we welcome that technological development, but it should respect the human person. That's what my thought is about. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any other child? Sir, you want to ask question? Any other student? I think somebody is raising hand. Ma'am, she's asking question. Yeah, ma'am, last one. This is the last question because we are short of time.
As ma'am also mentioned that for sure technology is important. Science is important, but it is now coming to its excess and taking away the jobs and making people jobless. So is it right to do this? Can we think of a world without humans? Because now even babies can be born artificially. Will technology be replacing its creator only in our future? Can it have the same emotions and qualities which we as a humans have?
Ma'am, Shally want to answer the question.
Well, we're talking about an extreme scenario because AI and science and the technology has helped people, for example, speaking of children, who are not able to bring children through IVF, right? Because science has evolved. Now women who hasn't been married yet have the option to freeze their eggs in case they decide to have children after a while. So it's not dehumanizing humanity. It's on the contrary. But in some cases, some people take the choice of dehumanizing humanity. So, for example, if you're saying that you're talking about robotics, for example. Yes, robotics are going to be more involved, but let's look about their usage. For example, during COVID, robotics were used so much in delivering, for example, when we were all thinking, oh, COVID is gonna kill us by just gutting out or whatsoever. So we knew what COVID is. We took our time to understand it, but we used technology to deal with it, right? It helped us. Robotics in medical field, it's helping a lot. But at the same time, if we go and look at robots that are used in wars, they're not good, of course, but they're the same like drones and robots or whatsoever. They're the same like airplanes, they're the same like missiles, they're the same like any other thing that we use. So it's a very interesting discussion that you students are opening, because at the end, if we want really to think about technology and the future, we have to think about history. We need to go back to nature. We need to go back to basics, as they say. So we need to think about, how do I want to take, in which direction shall I take this? And by the way, if we all all over the world, as global citizens, we create forces or bodies, or we create lobbies or round tables, whatever you want to call it, to really pressure world governments towards legalizing and reorganizing the scene of technology, I think we could do something, because there's a lot of awareness out there. Yes, writers and scenario writers in Hollywood, they are protesting, and actors are joining them. You know? So there's a movement out there, but we need to have, as they say, we need to be patient to be able to reach there, and we need to be organized. We don't need to be pessimistic about technology. Yes, we need to be aware of it, but we need to be a little bit patient and looking at it and how it will reach.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. So with this, we are ending this fruitful panel discussion with all the eminent biotechnologists and the infotech expert. Thank you very much, all of you, for listening to us. Thank you.
Those students who are willing to ask questions, you will have the time during lunch. At that time, you can interact with the guests and ask your questions. And I would like to thank all the esteemed gathering here. Please put your hands together for this exceptionally dedicated and talented gathering that we have here on stage. They surely deserve recognition from all of us. All right. So before we move ahead with the next session, please allow me to give a special mention to Dr. Sally Hamoud, who has traveled all the way from Lebanon just to share her valuable thoughts with us. Please give a huge round of applause for Dr. Sally Hamoud. She'll be moderating the next session as well. Yes. Now we have on stage Mr. Shehzad Alam, National Coordinator for an Educational Program for Youth. He has been working as a national coordinator for a program that aims to develop the capacity of the youth in both rural and urban communities to be able to initiate and mobilize the community to do social action projects that will advance the different processes of community life, such as education, health, food, production, economic activity, and protection of the environment. Sir, can we please have you on stage? Next, we have Dr. David E. Risley. Dr. Risley is the host of Justice Voices, the podcast that delivers eye-opening stories and commentary about criminal justice, healing, and safer communities. For 32 years, Doctor was a federal prosecutor for the Central District of Illinois, where he led counter-terrorism prosecutions, and was the lead attorney on multi-jurisdictional drug distribution, conspiracies for the organized crime, drug reinforcement task force. Thank you, sir, for coming all the way from United States of America. Thank you for being with us. The other three panelists are really dear to us because they are our dear students. Let me call upon stage Mujtaba Ali Khan, student from Chowk campus, Anaika Pathak from Kanpur Road campus, Bhuvan Jaiswal from Kanpur Road campus as well. And let me tell you, they are also the CEOs of an NGO, Yuva Yodha. Please give a huge round of applause for them. So Anaika and Bhuvan will be joining us shortly. Bhuvan is here. Mushtaba, okay. Over to you, Dr. Sally.
Okay, so we are a small panel today, right? Yes, they're coming. Shall we wait for them or shall we start? Okay. So I think this could be one of my favorite panels because it includes talking about youth. So I would really, before we start, and I welcome my dear guests, is to tell you and encourage you to speak more and to really participate in this panel because it's all about you. So I'll give a very quick introduction and then I'll give the mic to my dear guests to talk freely about how could youth have role in this interfaith dialogue that we've been talking about for the past few days. So, young people are known for their idealism and energy and determination. Younger generations are significant actors in our communities, indeed, workplaces and global spaces, because now we're talking about global citizenship. So citizenship is beyond countries and beyond nations. Their capacity to understand themselves, which is one of the most important things that youth have been thinking about lately, is about self-awareness. And after self-awareness comes self-management. And their role in society has significant social consequences because they are the leaders of today, not only of tomorrow. However, they have to contend with the oppressing forces of materialism, and that's what I have touched upon in the previous panel. Because you will be seeing that you will be facing the pressure of getting into the materialistic world and going with the flow and doing what others are doing. However, they've been developing a strong sense of identity based on their values and morals, which can be an impactful way of liberating all potentials that exist within them. This is not a speech that I'm saying. This is exactly what we all feel about youth. This is what we are trying to do in this panel. So I'll give the mic to my dear panelists to tell us how could, and you have from your experience as working in the judging system, I believe you've worked a lot with youth that have been facing social problems and that had to face other social problems which lead to bigger social problems. So I'll give the mic to you to tell us about your experience and, of course, to talk freely about this topic.
Well, that's true. This is a time in your life when you are making decisions and choices about who you are and what your future and what the future of your world will look like. Now, you'll change those ideas many times over the course of your life, but this is when you establish the basic framework. So, when you try to decide what really is most important in my role in the world, who am I and what is most important for your self-identity? Let me make a suggestion to you. As has been said, I host a podcast called God Unites, and you can find that on YouTube or podcast applications. So if you go to YouTube and you type in God Unites and you find that channel, you'll find a conversation that I had with a student at the University of Illinois. And it was a student and a professor there. Toby was the student's name, and he was describing his experience as a participant in a program that was called Tolerance Means Dialogue. And you can learn more about that if you go to tolerancemeans.com. Now, we should more than tolerate one another, we should love one another. But at the very least, we should be tolerant of each other. And this program was one that was done on the University of Illinois campus and other places similarly, where they would gather students. The students would sit in a large circle, and they would sometimes have a guest speaker or somebody on some particular topic, and then they would exchange, the students would exchange their views, or they would pick a topic and not have a speaker. The students would discuss it among themselves. And usually these were issues that were contested, where there were differences of opinion. And one of the things that Toby said was that it was very interesting that the difference in his observation between these types of discussions among young people and between adults, that the adults seem to be more aggressive, a little more contentious as they discuss these issues, whereas the students were interested in other points of view. The students wanted to know how other people with whom they were going to school thought and how they perceived things. And there could sometimes be very fundamental differences between them, but they were able to listen to one another with respect. Well, I think this is, as Dr. Hamoud said, one of the characteristics of youth, is that youth are curious about other perspectives, other ways of looking at things. Is the way that I've always looked at it really the whole story? Is it true? Is it the best perspective? This is a time as you become a person capable of becoming a peacemaker in the world. Now, I'm a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. And in a last general conference of our church, the president of our church gave a very important talk that was entitled, Peacemakers Needed. And previous to that, there had been another conference in which a leader of the church had said to members of the church and others that on contested social issues, we should moderate and unify. That is what I think the youth can do in this world and is needed in this world more than anything else, to be peacemakers and help to moderate conflict and to unify people. The theme of this conference, of course, is the role of religion in achieving that sort of harmony. And this school is a wonderful example of bringing together people of all sorts of different religious backgrounds and circumstances where there could be lots of conflict, and yet here you all are. Now, I'm going to make a practical suggestion to you. I just got through reading a book that really was influential with me. It's a simple book. We talk about conflict. Well, this one is entitled Nonflict, The Art of Everyday Peacemaking. It's written by people who are very successful in running large businesses and large operations. They do not have time to read large books written by scholars for scholars and all of that. This gets right to the point. I'd recommend it to you. Because to be a peacemaker, what does that mean? How do you do that? Let's suppose there's someone with whom you have a conflict. It could be in your family. It could be in anywhere, between groups of people. How do you resolve those conflicts? They describe a process. That's 3 stages. 1, understand yourself and the person with whom you are in conflict. Understand your shared reality. And then to co-create peaceful and reasonable solutions to the problem that is the basis for the conflict. It starts off with something very simple. I would ask you, Sally, tell me what you view the conflict as being. And you would describe that. And I'd ask, how do you feel You describe your feelings.
It's communication.
It's communication. Yes, your area of expertise. And then I would mirror that back and paraphrase it in my own words, how she sees the conflict and what she feels about the conflict. And then ask, did I get it right? And maybe Sally would correct me on something or saying, that's pretty close. And then I would ask, is there anything more? The objective would be for me to understand her and for her to feel understood. And then we switch. This is the way it starts, with coming to understand each other. It validates people. It diffuses conflict. And this is just the first step. You go on to other steps, which include to ask, well, what's working well? I mean, what do we do that is working well for us, or that I'm happy about, aside from the conflict? Okay, now, let's suppose this conflict is not resolved. What would be our worst case scenario? Where would this lead if we don't resolve this conflict? It could be in a business, it could be in anything. Well, maybe it would lead to a breakup of a family, maybe it would lead to hatred between brother and sister or friends, breakup of friendship. Maybe a business would have all sorts of problems. Maybe political groups end up warring with each other. What's the worst case scenario? Well, what do we need to do to avoid that? And then you come up with some solutions that you've now framed a useful discussion. I've summarized things here, but my point is this. There are skills to peacemaking. It is a skill. You learn it. And something like this is readable and practical. And so the book, Non-Flict, I recommend to you, but most importantly, the world needs peacemakers. And you are better positioned now to be peacemakers right now in your homes, in school, in your neighborhoods, than you probably will ever be, because later on you get caught up in all sorts of things where maybe you have an employer who takes a position, and whether you like it or not, that's what you have to do. So the world needs peacemakers. Be a peacemaker and practice those skills now. That's my thought.
Thank you, Dr. David. So that's a very important takeaway. Be peacemakers and focus more on understand conflicts, to avoid conflicts, basically, and work on your communication with others and your emotional intelligence to maintain an open channel or open channels of communication with others to be able to create peace. Thank you so much. I'll turn the mic for Mr. Shahaz. Did I say it right? Okay. And would like to hear from you, please.
On my part, I'll try to get allow me to just stand, just let blood flow, and get closer to the peacemakers that are sitting here. I want to tell you a story. This is a story of 5 youths who recently attended the 8th International Interfaith Conference. These five youths, they live in a locality of Lucknow. They're good friends. They study in class. 3 of them are girls, 2 of them are boys. They study in class 8 and 9, and they live in one locality. They attend the 3-day Interfaith Conference. End of the day, of course, the program is extended. They're very tired. They go back. They went back home. They had their lunch, rested a while. Then late in the evening, on Sunday, which is today, they met in one of the homes of the youth. These 5 youths got together, and they were reflecting. They started reflecting on what happened in this gathering. They started with this idea of Vasudeva Kutumbakum, the world is one family. This is not a phrase that they are not familiar with. They've heard this many times in CMS. But then they started thinking, really, no, I mean, this phrase has started to become a cliche. We keep using it, keep using it. What does it really mean? We know, okay, the world has to be a family, but is it really a family? I said, no, not really. You know? So what do we do? So, well, forget the world. We live in this apartment, we live in this locality. Do we live like a family? No, not really. What do we do? In this interfaith conference, we heard many times youth are the peacemakers, they are the leaders, they are the protagonists. Can we start doing something? So of course, we've tried a few times in the past, but this conference has really excited us. Let us try and do something. And said, okay, let's do something. What do we do? You know, they said that the world is one family. What if we just think about our community, this street, this place that we live in, and start thinking, what does it take? What should we do to turn this maybe 30, 40 farm families, homes that live here, what does it take to turn that into a family? What do we do? And so, of course, what do families do? They do things together. So we need to think of something that brings these homes together and starts getting them to do things together. Maybe that's the first step we can take. And let's start with something simple. So they think, I don't know, what can we do, something simple? You know, let's just raise awareness about garbage disposal. Okay, that's something simple. Let's start with that. That's what they started with. So they said, okay, you know, we keep hearing that we need to separate wet garbage and dry garbage, but nobody's doing it. Let's raise awareness about that. They said, okay, sure. So they made chart papers. They said, let's go visit homes and talk to each home about separating garbage. It's a simple plan. Let's do it. So they started doing it. You know, they during the weekend, during evenings, they started visiting 1 or 2 homes, talked to the families about separating garbage. They did that for 2-3 weeks. At the end of 2-3 weeks, they again got together and started reflecting. Okay, we've done this. Now, but then one family I know, they started doing it for 2-3 days, then they stopped. Well, it didn't happen. My family, I tried in my family. I was separating it. I made effort that my family was separating it. But then I saw that the people who were collecting garbage, they were mixing it. It didn't work. So they said, what do we do now? So I mean, it's useless. We're trying. It's not happening. Then they said, you know, in this conference, we constantly heard that we need to draw on religion. We need to draw on spirituality. Let's not become like youths who start complaining. Let us have faith. Let us have faith in humanity. Let us have faith in our families. Let us keep trying. Maybe, I mean, because one thing we've understood is that, okay, purity of heart is important, but then we need to constantly reflect on our methodology and on our approaches that we are taking. Maybe just visiting home was not enough. Let's think of something else. So then, again, they started consulting and they said, well, you know, I know 6 families, they have small vegetable gardens in their homes, in their balconies. What if we go to these families and say, give us your wet garbage? We as youths want to have a small project to turn that wet garbage into compost. We will manage that garbage for you. We'll turn it into compost and give it back to you so that you can use it for your home garden. Maybe this will encourage them to actually start separating. They said, this is a good idea. So then the youth said, yes, let's do it for 5 families because we don't want so much garbage that we don't even have space for. Let's start with 5-6 families that you say, and this is a good way to encourage them. But how do we do? Do we visit them again? So now let's gather them all together in one place. Let's find out few quotations from different religions that talk about protecting the environment and how this effort that they make to separate the garbage is not just for practical purposes, but it's actually doing something for the environment. It's something that even different religions talk about so that we can really touch their hearts and inspire them to do it. So this is a good idea. Then they go to these 5 homes, invite them to a small gathering, and bring these families together. And then in this gathering, they talk about this idea that they have and the importance of protecting the environment, but also giving them incentive that, the garbage that you give us, the wet garbage, we'll try and develop a system to make compost, and then when we make compost, we'll give it back to you, and you can use it for your garden. And the families were quite excited. This is wonderful. We always buy compost. If you can give us compost, we'll be very happy to do it. So then they started working with this family over time. They got little garbage every evening. They went homes, they got the garbage. They started learning. They went to the internet, YouTube. They learned how to make compost bins. Then one of the youth was excited, said, oh, you know, you can even do vermicompost. I want to do a vermicompost in my house. So he started doing vermicompost. And they were quite excited that we are doing something in the family. And then they said, after 2-3 weeks, they said, let's get these families together and share what we are doing and then reflect more so that their enthusiasm doesn't decrease. So then they got these families together, they discussed again. And in that discussion, these families said, you know, what you are doing is really wonderful. I have, I have a child that is 12-year-old. Why don't you involve him? And these youth were like, that's a wonderful idea. These junior youth have so much potential. And we keep hearing it in CMS. We work with the junior youth, and we know that they have so much potential. Shouldn't we also involve them? Like, why just 5 of us? Let's involve these junior youth that are in our community. So they said, well, just involving the junior youth for compost making might be a little less. Maybe we've done some wonderful books in CMS that we can study with the junior youth. Why not get them once a week, the junior youth come together and we study breezes of confirmation together. And then at the end of the study of a lesson, we discuss with them about this project of compost making and collecting garbage. And then they can assist us while they also develop their own capacity to do things. So then they start a small, they go around in the neighborhood, they talk to junior youth and tell them the project that they are doing. They're so excited and they want help from these junior youth. But they also tell them that, you know, we are also learning to develop our own capacity. And there is a material that we have, Breezes of Confirmation, which I studied when I was in class 6. But then I'm also an animator in class 9, and I help the junior youth in my school. But I think it will really benefit you also. Why don't you also join us on Sunday morning? We'll sit together, discuss some of the concepts that are in this book. And then at the end of the class, we'll discuss about the compost project that we are making. So these youths are very excited. They get the junior youth are excited. This junior youth group starts in their community, and they are working with 5 families. Now, 5 families, then the other families start hearing about this. Say, oh, we would also like to join. So now, this story, of course, continues. I don't want to take too much time. But over time, these 5 youths become 6 youths, 7 youths, and now they're studying different materials. Now they're thinking, okay, this project that we are doing small about compost is going on well, but then our purpose was really to turn this into a family. Now we can see that these 5-6 families, we are bringing them together more often, like maybe once a month we are bringing them together. They're studying some materials, discussing, and now they are not just talking about compost, but now they are bringing up certain other issues that are there in the community. And now they are concerned, and now this space of these mothers that are coming has become a space where they're not just talking about compost, but other challenges of the community. Now we can see these 5 families becoming one family. They are consulting about the community, about the children. Should we include more families? And I heard a neighbor. He was praising what we are doing. And
just you have 1 minute.
Yes,
please.
thank you so much. This story is just ending. It's a very long story. Sorry.
Waiting for the end, but in 1 minute.
Yes, very short. So they said, these families are really eager to join. Maybe we should get them. And then now slowly these discuss that if we continue doing this, we can actually see a pocket in Lucknow that starts to become like a family. That are not just families saying we don't fight, but families that are working together. Of course, it took these youths more than a year to get there. But then there were many challenges. They kept reflecting. They kept drawing on religion, on the teachings of religion. They kept learning methodologies and approaches from science. But they continued. They didn't give hope. They had faith. They knew that if they continue making effort, they will receive confirmations from God. Doors will open. There will be challenges, but if they persist and they change their approaches, new ways will emerge.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but we have to give the floor for others.
Just to end my story, of course, you might have realized this is a very hypothetical story because this story starts today.
When does it end?
And I don't know who those 5 youths are, but they are sitting right here. And I hope to meet them next year very soon. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the interesting story. I think you were talking a lot about bringing youth together and creating critical masses to create change, and that change actually extend, and you could extend to other social problems as well. So thank you so much. Now, last but not least, the voice of youth. So we've been talking for the past few days about involving youth, and we've been sharing some theories and sharing some lessons learned, but we cannot do anything without your approval, right? That's number one. We cannot do anything without your involvement, and we cannot do anything, believe it or not, without your advice, because you understand today and tomorrow more than we do, big time. So I'll give the floor to Bhavan. Am I saying it right? No? Mustafa. I have a different name, sorry. Mustafa. Mustafa, please, the floor is yours.
First of all, warm greetings to respected teachers, principals, eminent guests, and of course, the bright future of our nation. Being a representative of the youth community over here in CMS, I would like to start with this very thought that there's always a question which is present in our minds. We always think to make new and more peacemakers. What is stopping us? What is stopping the youth from becoming those peacemakers? The very thing that comes to my mind is that the influence of social media on the minds of the youth is tremendous. It can forge the minds of the students as a blade that can cut through all sorts of inequality, injustices, or can also become a weapon of mass destruction. If we go through all the manuscripts and the religious scriptures belonging to different religions, we see that the message of equality, brotherhood, and kindness has been told by each and every religion. In Islam, it is often said, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, Inna akramakum indallahi atqakum. Remember you, O people, that the most righteous amongst you, the best amongst you, is the one who is kind to his fellow people. When we go to Bhagavad Gita, the Gita has clearly stated that all beings draw their life from the same cosmic life force. So remember, you are brothers and sisters. Do not create distinctions amongst yourself. When we go to Christianity, the Bible has clearly stated that when a man wearing a gold-rimmed ring and proper clothes comes to you, and a man wearing shabby clothes, looks poor, comes to you, and if you are making that rich man sit next to you and making that old, poor man sit at your feet or asking him to stand up, haven't you created distinctions amongst yourself? Aren't you creating partiality amongst yourself? Hasn't Jesus Christ told to you that you all are one? You all are brothers and sisters. So never create distinctions amongst yourself. Even for that reason, Guru Nanak Dev Ji very clearly said, become an inspiration for the people around you. Let no one despise you of your youth. You are the future. So remember, become an example both for purity, faith, code of conduct, and moral values. It is a matter of great sadness for us that as we are growing, we are stepping into the new generations. The moral values amongst us are declining. We need to work on them. Only then can we create a better world. Only then can we create a world where we can say that yes, we are living in peace also, we are living in harmony also, and yes, it is humanity which is the biggest religion of all. And as Mr. Gyanalok said, that like an elephant's foot is so big that the feet of all other animals can fit inside it. So it's humanity, which is the greatest religion, which sums up all the different faiths, for they all are the beacon of hope, the rays of light and hope coming from the same supreme power. Thank you and Jai Jagat.
Thank you so much, Mustafa, for such an inspiring speech, focusing on unity, oneness, humanity, brotherhood, and it's a beautiful way to conclude, as David was saying, by saying that humanity is the religion of all mankind. Thank you so much. So we have our last guest for today, Anaika. I'll give the mic to you.
Wow, this is a big audience. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Anaika Pathak. I am an ex-student of CMS Kanpur Road, this very branch. And I'm honored to be here today. Thank you, Geeta ma'am. Thank you, Abba ma'am. Thank you, everyone, for the opportunity. I am a 17-year-old girl, and I started an organization that was working towards encouraging and empowering youth to work for public welfare. And when I started this organization, I was 14 years old. And thank you. The story behind how I started this organization is rather, I think, cliche to some of you, but I still want to share it. I remember when the second wave of the pandemic had hit, I was in my house and I was locked up, and I was positive for 2 weeks. And after that, when I recovered, I thought that, you know what, let's just utilize this time, the lockdown, and let's just work. Let's do something to give back to the society, to give back to the people who do not have the privileges that I had while I was positive. So I joined a local hospital. And over there, I used to call up patients every single day, and I used to just talk to them and tell them that, you know, whatever you need from the authorities, whatever medicine you need, whatever facility you need, you just tell me, and I'll convey your needs to the authorities. So I was the bridge between the authorities and the common man. And it had been a month while I was doing this, and then the spike had hit. So a lot of people were rapidly getting tested positive, and a lot of people started dying all of a sudden. So there was this one man in particular who I was calling for about 2 weeks, and he was on the verge of getting better. A particularly optimistic man. He was never sad. Like, he was extremely sick in the beginning, and I used to call him every day, and he would be like, "Ma'am, you don't worry, ma'am. I'm going to be fine. Why are you so worried, ma'am? I'm so strong, and you are here to support me. My family is here to support me. Nothing can beat that. I'm very, very strong, and I'm going to get over this." And I was very happy about that, because a lot of people lose their morale when nobody is around, when they are in a room closed. That is when you actually realize how difficult it can get. So I was very happy that he was being optimistic, he was being proud. And then 2 weeks after I had been calling him regularly, one day I called him and he said that, "Ma'am, I don't feel very good today." And that was a red flag, because he was never sad. He was never, ever pessimistic or, you know, discouraging about anything. So I said, "What's wrong?" And he said that, "You know, ma'am, I think I have fever, and I think I'm not able to breathe very properly." So I said, "Okay, let me note down your needs, and I'm suggesting you to go get an oximeter and a thermometer right now. Go get that from the market, record your readings and tell them to me, and call me immediately." He said, "Ma'am, I'm so poor, I do not have my own vehicle. Nobody in my village is going to lend my family the vehicle because I am positive, so nobody is taking that risk. And the public transport is closed, so I have no option but to rely on you." So I said, "Okay, by today evening, you will get an oximeter, you will get a thermometer." He said, "Okay, ma'am, I trust you, ma'am. I am very positive, I'll get through this." I was like, "Yes, that's the spirit. I'm just going to cut your call and call the authorities right now." And I called the receptionist. And he said that, "Ma'am, abhi to it's lunchtime, I can't do anything. You call after the lunchtime." I said, "Okay." I waited half an hour, I was holding the phone in my hand, I was so anxious. And I called him as soon as the lunch break got over at 2:30. And then another man picked up the call and he said that, "You know, ma'am, the guy that you previously called has left. Now you tell me what's wrong and what do I need to do." So I told him the address where he has to deliver the oximeter and thermometer. I told him the name of the person, the name of his son, and both of their contact details, just in case one of the things does not work out. I thought my job here is done, and I made a very big mistake that day. And then I thought I'm done. I thought I don't need to do anything else. So I cut the call. I went on with my day. And the next day, according to the routine, I called him again at 9 a.m. in the morning. And I call him, and his son picks up the call, and he's very sad. And he says that, yes, who's it? I said, I call your father every single day from the local hospital to ask how he's doing. He said, you call my father? I said, yes. He said, why? I said, I am speaking from the hospital. I was supposed to give your dad oximeter and thermometer. Tell me how he is. And then he was paused for 30 seconds, the longest 30 seconds of my life. And then he says, Dad passed away last night. Do you know that? He said, I got no help from your authority. You are responsible for my father's death. You are the one. You did not do the right thing at the right time. My father's life could have been saved had he been sent to the hospital at the right time. And I was frozen, and I did not know what to do. You know, when you get that breaking point, you don't know what you should do next. So I called one of my teammates, Bhuvan, who's the co-founder of Yuva Yodha. And he said, Anaika, you know what? I've been facing the same thing for the past 2 days. People have been dying, and they've been blaming us because we have energy, and we're still not doing anything. We are the youth. We've recovered from the pandemic, and we're still not doing anything. And that was the point when we realized that, you know, we are definitely doing something that a lot of people our age are not doing, but we are still not doing enough. So we decided that, you know what, let's just make a platform where people like us who have had realizations like us can come together and work towards the betterment of humanity as a whole, irrespective of gender, caste, religion. Just work for the happy smiles that you see when you do a good deed. And that's Yuva Yodha. It started with 2 people, and today we have a team of 350 people. And today I was in a walkathon in the morning. That's why I look like this. Like I've run a marathon right now, because I was in a walkathon today. We walked for 2 kilometers to save the Saras bird, the state bird of Uttar Pradesh, from electrocution, because that's dying and it's a vulnerable species, and it's high time we took action, and it's high time we paid attention to things that really matter. So I just wanted to tell you that I had just passed class 9th when this had happened. And if I can do it at that age, so can you. You can start your own organization, you could join us, you can be youth warriors, and you can work for happy smiles. Because trust me, there's not a better feeling than someone coming up to you and telling you that, thank you, ma'am, you changed my life, you did something for me, I am so grateful for you. There's nothing better than that. Thank you so much.
Thank you for this inspiring story, speaking about how small deeds can change someone's life, and to be persistent, because you will be facing a lot of challenges. You will feel weak at many points, but when you connect with like-minded people, like-hearted people, really big deeds. So thank you so much, panelists. Thank you so much for today. Thank you, students, for inspiring us, as always. And I give the mic to you. Thank you. Yes, yes, yes. Yes.
Just 2 days before I was coming here, there is a radio. I mean, normally I'm called to talk about something inspiring or message to the youth. So they have started a movement of D-negative, means drugs. In whole India, one of the major issues now to be addressed is night culture, and the inequality is gender equality is gone on the wrong side. The girls are also thinking that they will do all those wrong things the boys were doing, and they will be equal by that. And the drugs, so I told them, the best way now...
Mustafa?
Both of them spoke.
Anaika?
And Anaika.
Anaika, Mustafa.
The answer is, solution for all these problems is youth can move the world, and youth need to be engaged in positive activities. It is the role of the CMS is already doing it, but I think we need to have more parenting workshops. So the parents and this wasting time and energy all the time on this phone, to be engaged in activity, even compost, or even, this is fantastic, inspiring. And I have been devoted to work in tribal girls, 500 villages, 6,000 young tribal girls have changed 500 communities. Just one solar cooker used by girl has brought the changes in their communities, and they say, हमारी इज्जत बच गई, लकड़ी लेने जाते थे तो हमारा सेक्सुअल हरासमेंट होता था, नेचुरल रिसोर्सेज कैसे यूज़ करना. So it's not just a big deal. Last thing I want to just give an example in Indore, because Indore is becoming famous for cleaner city, but also all the bad things are coming up very fast. So one group in Indore, like you youths, have started a group called Indore Wale. It's a virtual Facebook group. It's only meant for social action, helping each other. They did everything during COVID, that oxygen, funeral, anything, blood donation, no politics, no violence, no negativity. Somebody needs to advise who is the best doctor for this particular disease or problem. So it is a 3 lakh people are on this Facebook, and they're only for social action. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your comments. Thank you. And speaking of...
I have not made this group. It's young boys of Indore.
Yeah, okay. So she's joined the group. So see how social media can be good and can be bad in different ways. I thank all the panelists. I thank the students again. And I give the floor again to you. Thank you so much.
I thank all the panelists present here. We truly appreciate the time and effort that you have dedicated to being here. Thank you so much for graciously sharing your expertise and engaging in meaningful discussions. Thanks a lot. Children, you've forgotten your job. Before we move ahead with the prize distribution, with immense pleasure, I invite Honorable Justice Dr. Adil Umar Sharif, First Deputy Chief Justice, Supreme Constitutional Court of Egypt, for the closing word of thanks. Closing address. Children, please welcome him with a huge round of applause, and it should be huge.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Very good. I will, definitely. They are within my notes. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Good afternoon, everybody. I know everybody's in a rush. It has been 2 long days, so I promise to be as brief as possible in my closing speech. that address it to the entire City Montessori School family. I'm very happy to see so many students attending here today. So I will be having few messages for you and for the participant at the International 8th International Interfaith Conference. So let me escape the formalities and go to the content of my address. So we have gathered here at City Montessori School over the past couple of days, elaborating and deliberating on the urgent need for promoting interfaith dialogue to our communities. And now, all good things must come to an end. So is our 8th International Interfaith Conference. But I look at this end at the beginning of our collective action towards a united global community that is based on peace and harmony. We started yesterday or the day before, and today we all have assembled here to witness the closing ceremony. Throughout the conference, we have been exchanging views, interacting with each other to better understand one another. Our world at the edge of globalization has become to realize that no individual nation state could live by itself in isolation. We frequently observe that the numerous considerations, including religious, historical, geographic, economic, social, and humanitarian ones, have all proven that human interaction and collaboration should be the norm prevailing within their communities if peaceful cohabitation among them is targeted. Therefore, a process of a continuing interfaith dialogue will always be needed in order to maintain global peace and progression. The distinctive opportunity City Montessori School has offered us to participate in this conference allows us all to use and utilize the God-given wisdom to create an awareness of the unique power of interfaith dialogue in uniting the people of this world. So here we are to do our best to make efforts so the commonalities of religion are understood instead of the contradictions. Religion at its core is about following what God wants us in the world. It is a practice of love. It is a way to orient our life so that all people, places, and things are special to us. People matter, life matters, and our relationships with each other matter. The more we investigate into different faiths and religions, the less we find them in clash or conflict. To a greater extent, they seem to be consistent with and complementary to each other. Perhaps cases of presumed culture clashes as motivated on religious ground are not rare, but could, in fact, be seen as a product of human misconceptions. Or perhaps it is a product of human mishandling of religious challenges and teachings. It is somewhat a kind of abuse that negatively affects the image of the religion itself. We have to know each other better. We have to understand each other better. Getting to know the others and how to cooperate with them is an undeniable religious message. All religions urge their followers to get to know each other, to get to know other human beings and adopt decent and respectful dialogue as their mean of interaction and communications, so that they could promote the welfare of their communities. In my religion, Islam, for example, the Quranic text is explicit when providing that, O mankind, we created you from a single pair of male and female, and made you into nations and tribes, that you may know each other. Our religious identities, if understood properly, is one of the threads that can unite us with our fellow citizens. But when we fail to understand this very simple fact, we turn that thread of unity into multiple knots that stops us from reaching out to people. Situation becomes even worse if no efforts are made for undoing these knots of prejudice, ignorance, and misunderstandings. Then the whole humanity suffers, and this leads to conflicts and loss of precious human lives. You have been striving together for a common purpose, a purpose that is of vital importance in today's circumstances, and that is uniting the hearts of people. India is one such nation where diversity is the added beauty, where culture traditions are so rich, where since ages the values of universal brotherhood are preached. What would have been a better setup than this beautiful country to take the initiative of promoting interfaith dialogue in multi-religious communities? And so, ladies and gentlemen, since 2010, it is 13 years now, and the 8th Interfaith Conference is closing today with a lot of new hopes and new challenges as well. Building upon the results of this conference, we pledge to work on the determined areas for further work, and let us meet again next year for the 9th International Interfaith Conference and share our success stories with all when we meet next. I take this opportunity to thank all of you for your gracious presence. Your presence for an event like this shows your commitment to the interfaith cause. It is such an amazing achievement for us that this effort for promoting interfaith dialogue has the blessing of the leaders of all religious faiths. Your presence during the whole conference very strongly conveys the message that you also perceive the need of promoting interfaith dialogue as a need that cannot be ignored any longer, any further. Parents who are here deserve a special applaud for further strengthening the philosophy of this school by practicing actively in this event. When parents and school together impart teachings of virtues, then this close bond between them can convey the message of oneness to the society and initiate the process of change. My best wishes to the lovely children who conveyed a very powerful message on the need of promoting the interfaith cause. The World Parliament and other cultural presentation are so meaningfully designed and presented in a perfect way, and I congratulate the children, their teachers, and their parents for these efforts. Students who very actively participated during the panels deserve special mention as well. They were so eloquent, and even at such young age, they were so concerned with the incident and the topic that they have discussed. My solutions to the founder of City Montessori School, Dr. Jagdish Gandhi, Dr. Bharata Gandhi, and all members of City Montessori School family for not only giving the world a vision, but also presenting an action plan to achieve the target of familiarizing the people with the need of religious unity. I take this opportunity to express my sincere gratitude to Dr. Jagdish Gandhi, Dr. Bharata Gandhi, and Professor Geeta Gandhi Kingdom for their dedication for the cause of interfaith harmony. My thanks all go to the organizing committee led by Principal Tribiti Dividi for all the good work they have done for this conference. In fact, no one does what the Gandhi have been doing as educators. They have given such a broad and global outlook to the whole concept of education and its relevance to the interfaith dialogue that the world is and would ever remain grateful to you. On behalf of all my colleagues and friends who have traveled from different parts of India and the globe to be here, I thank the very dedicated efforts of City Montessori School and their staff for their kind hospitality that they have extended to us. I also thank my friends and colleagues who are very kindly accepting the invitation and joining us in our endeavors. Your experience and scholarly contributions in the 2 days deliberations have been instrumental in broadening our perception of this sensitive issue. And I'm sure all of us will go back with some enriching experiences. And this experience will enable us to find solutions to some of the very basic problems that are taking unpleasant shape due to the lack of proper communication, and we can take up some interfaith activities within our communities to further the cause of interfaith harmony. Let us join hand in hand to promote the future of the interfaith dialogue among our different nations and religious traditions. Let us work hard to better understand each other and respect each other. Let us make our world a safer place for us and our children. Let us hope that a promising future will be ahead of us, holding so many opportunities for the generation yet to be born to enjoy much better life, full of love, understanding, and respect among all human beings. Let us all meet at the interfaith table next year with an urge to promote a dialogue, to unite the thoughts, words, and actions. May God guide us in our endeavors and gives us the wisdom and true understanding of religion, so we all look at each other as one family and the whole earth as one home. Thank you very much, and God bless you all. I promise to be brief.
Thank you, sir. You have been our motivator and our mentor for making sure that we are conducting this conference, taking up the agenda that is alive and relatable and something that is the need of the hour and has to be worked upon. Again, next year we will have the Interfaith Conference in the month of July, and we would like our students to participate in good numbers in the next conference. So students who are sitting here today, now the onus lies with you. How you can come up with ideas to make sure that the points that you have in mind should be discussed in the next conference. We would be floating a link through your IT assistants, the teachers who are there in your campuses, and you will be asked to fill up a feedback form. With the help of the feedback form, you can tell us what is your key takeaway, as well as what are those focus points that you want us to talk about in the next Interfaith Conference. This has been a very good learning experience, a new learning experience for all of us who have been through the conference in the past 2 days. And I'm sure you students would have some action points in your minds to take up till the next year. So we would like to hear your stories after 1 year, your contributions to the community, the ways in which you have worked for the cause of communal harmony and peace. So I thank all the students present here. You would be glad to know, students, that we had also been conducting some competitions which were going on in the lower basement rooms. And now is the time I would like to invite Mr. Shashwat Khurana to first introduce the judges, and then we would have the first prize winners performing here in front of you. It's going to be very short, so keep your enthusiasm levels high and see what's been going on while you have been participating in the panel discussions. So over to you, Mr. Shashwat.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Jai Jagat, everyone. So we had quite a few eminent personalities joining us today for the judgment of the events that we had. With us today, although she has left due to some urgent work, we had Prerna Tripathi, ma'am. Next, we had Dr. Shweta Shukla. Ma'am, are you here? Thank you for joining us, ma'am. Shweta ma'am is an assistant professor for sociology in Ram Swaroop Memorial University. She is a member to RC08, which is for social stratification, professions and social mobility of the Indian Sociology Society since December 10. Thank you, ma'am, for joining us. We also had Miss Meena Miglani. Meenu Miglani, ma'am. Meenu, ma'am, is a transformational trainer with a passion for creating a difference. She has worked pan-India with various schools like CMS. She is a certified healer and runs a Heal Your Life workshop. Thank you very much, ma'am, for joining us. Next, we have Ms. Veena Singh. Veena ma'am has been a part of She is an alumni of Loreto Convent, and she is also taught at Loreto and Cathedral Secondary School for 20 years. Thank you very much, ma'am, for joining us. Next, we have Jennifer, ma'am. Jennifer, ma'am, is here. Thank you very much, ma'am, for joining us. Jennifer, ma'am, has been an alumni of Loreto and Lucknow University. She began to work as a teacher at St. Paul's, and then she joined Christ Church College. She is now working at La Martiniere, and she has been in the education field for more than 35 years. Thank you very much, ma'am. Next, we have Girish Chandra, sir. Girish, sir, is a professor of English at Fiji. He has also been a faculty at CMS, and personally, he is a multifaceted person, a very good speaker, and the facet that I like the most of him is his cricket commentary at ISCPL. Thank you very much, sir, for joining us. Next, we have Mr. C.J. Duman. Duman, sir, is here. Duman, sir, has also been an English teacher at CMS. Presently, he is teaching at La Martiniere College, and an avid animal lover and a very good speaker himself. He was judging our debating competition. Next, we have Professor Chandna Day, ma'am. Chandna, ma'am, are you with us? All right, yes. She had to probably leave due to some urgent work. So, Chandna, ma'am, was also here with us. And that ends it. Next, we have up for you, lined up, the winners of the various competitions that we had. The first one is Veritas Vintis, which is the debate competition that we had, and it was a beautiful topic. The topic was Spirituality Divides and Religion Binds. After 3 grueling rounds, the winner of the debating competition is DB09, Tanushri Varshne. Tanushri is here for your pleasure to present her speech of the second round. Over to you, Tanushri.
Thank you, sir. It is an honor to be here among all of you, first of all. A very good afternoon to one and all present here. I stand firm against the motion that spirituality divides and religion binds. Abdul Baha once said, and I quote, "Man is in reality a spiritual being, and only when he lives in the spirit is he truly happy." The spiritual longing and perception belongs to all humans alike. In today's world, where we see the generation ever changing and becoming ever complex, spirituality is important in the 21st century as it holds the potential to solve the pre-existing issues and as well as providing a meaningful purpose to each individual in this world. Spirituality provides a framework to make more informed, conscious, and moral decisions, and to make the society more harmonious and united. Spirituality stresses on the interdependence of all humanity and the environment. It encourages empathy, inclusivity, and tolerance towards diversity while cultivating a sense of global citizenship. Spirituality holds the power of bringing the society closer by making each individual realize their purpose and meaning. On the other hand, religion. All people do today in the name of religion is spread hate, violence, and fear. Religion is being used as a political agenda to create an environment of fear and mistrust. Religion is something that is being imposed on us. Do this and you will get salvation. Do that and you will become closer to God. If you do not do this, you will go to hell. Furthermore, it is a fact that people within the same religion are having conflicts among themselves. When this is the scenario, how can religion be a binding force? It is obviously a dividing force. Let us look at the example of Shia and Sunni Muslims, Anglicans and Protestant Christians, the caste system within Hinduism. If this is not division, then what is it? Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to stress the importance of spirituality in today's world. And as today's youth, it is our responsibility to carry it forward to every single part of the world. Spirituality gives a sense of oneness to each one of us. It imbibes a sense of individual strength, and that individual strength leads us to form better relations with each other. In the end, I would like to conclude my speech by quoting the famous Japanese poet Matsuo Basho when he said, "Do not seek to follow on the footsteps of the wise. Seek what they sought." Thank you.
What a moving speech. Thank you very much, Tanushree. I will now announce the other winners of the debating competition. The consolidation prize has been won by CMS Aliganj 1, Nandita Shri. The third prize has been won by W.H. Smith Memorial School, Varanasi, Shubham Dubey. The second prize has been won by Samaira Parveen, CMS Gomti Nagar 1. May I please request all these three participants to come forward to receive their prizes. In the meanwhile, I next present for your viewing pleasure we would also request our guest of honor, Dr. Wesley, to please come up on stage and present the prizes to our able participants. I would also use this time for exhibiting the next winner, which is from the declamation round. In declamation, we had a very fine winner over here with us. That was Tejas Tripathi, DC09. It is completely all right, Tejas. We all have those days where we have that kind of stage fright. But let me assure you, his performance was extraordinary when the competition was being held. It's been a long day, and he may also be a little under the weather. I'll announce the rest of the winners now. Yes. The winners of the declamation event are Abad Khan, Consolation Prize, CMS Jopling Road. Third prize, Avika Pal, CMS Golf City. Second prize, Tanishk Mishra, CMS Indranagar. Please come to the front to receive your prizes. Next I'm going to call Shashwata Shukla for her amazing original poem that won her the first prize in the poetry competition. I'm really sorry. I think I forgot to mention that Tejas Tripathi, the first prize winner in the declamation competition, is from CMS RDSO.
Greetings to one and all present here. I am Tejas Tripathi, known by the code DC09. Today, I am here to deliver a speech given by Sir Charlie Chaplin from his famous film, The Great Dictator, where he has dropped his comic mask and has conveyed his views that people must rise up against dictators and unite for peace. Here it is. I'm sorry, but I don't want to be an emperor. That's not my business. I don't want to rule or conquer anyone. I should like to help everyone if possible. Jew, Gentile, black man, white. We all want to help one another. Human beings are like that. We all want to live by each other's happiness, not by each other's misery. We don't want to hate or despise one another. In this world, there's room for everyone, and the good earth is rich and can provide for everyone. The way of life can be free and beautiful, but we have lost the way. Greed has poisoned men's souls, has barricaded the world with hate, has goose-stepped us into misery and bloodshed. We have developed speed, but we have shut ourselves in. Machinery that gives abundance has left us in want. Our knowledge has made us cynical, our cleverness hard and unkind. We think too much and feel too little. More than machinery, we need humanity. More than cleverness, we need kindness and gentleness. Without these qualities, life will be violent and all will be lost. The airplane and the radio has brought us closer together. The way natures of this invention cries out for the goodness in men, cries out for universal brotherhood, for the unity of us all. Even now, my voice is reaching millions throughout the world. Millions of despairing men, women, and little children, victims of a system that makes men torture and imprison innocent people. To those who can hear me, I say, do not despair. The mystery that is now upon us is but the passing of greed, the bitterness of men who fear the way of the human progress. The hate of men will pass and dictators die, and the power they took from the people will return to the people. And so long as men die, liberty will never perish. Soldiers! Don't give yourself to brutes, men who despise you, enslave you, who regiment your life, tell you what to do, what to think, what to feel, who drill you, diet you, treat you as cattle, use you as cannon fodder. Don't give yourself to these unnatural men, machine minds, and machine hearts. You're not machine, you're not cattle, you're men. You have the love of humanity in your hearts. You don't hate, only the unloved hate, the unloved and the unnatural. Soldiers, don't fight for slavery, fight for liberty. In the 17th chapter of St. Luke, it is written that the kingdom of God is within man. Not one man, not a group of men, but in all men. In you, the people, have the power to create happiness, the power to create machine. You, the people, have the power to make this life free and beautiful, the power to make this life a wonderful adventure. Then, in the name of democracy, let us all use that power. Let us all unite. Let us all fight for a new world, a decent world that will give men a chance to work, youth a future, and old age a security. By the promise of these things, brutes have risen to power. But they lie. They do not fulfill their promise. They never will. Dictators free themselves, but enslave the people. Now, let us fight to fulfill that promise. Let us fight to free the world, to do away with national barriers, to do away with greed, hate, and intolerance. Now, let us fight for a world of reason, a world where science and progress will lead to all men's happiness. Soldiers, in the name of democracy, let's all unite!
Wow. I did assure you of his splendid performance. Next we have Asharfabad Shukla, who won the first prize for her amazing poetry skills. I will also announce other winners, which are the consolation prize has been won by Mariam Alvi from CMS RN1. CMS RN1, Rajendra Nagar 1. The third prize, Arna Chopra, CMS Mahanagar. Second prize, Tane Pant, CMS Indranagar. We also have the winner for the poster making competition coming up next. That is Ishan Dwivedi from CMS Gomti Nagar 2. And we will also exhibit the beautiful poster that he made. Other winners are, consolation prize has been won by Atiksh Mishra from W.H. Smith Memorial School, Varanasi. The third prize by Divyansh Sharma, CMS Aliganj 2. And second prize, Namrata Kalani, CMS Gomti Nagar 1. I request you all to come up on the stage and receive your prizes while we hear the beautiful poetry by Asharfabad.
Greetings everyone. The topic for my poem is Religion of Technology, Modern Tribal Practices. And the title is Hear the Unheard. And here I start. From a cage, a bird is set free. She soars high, flying with glee. She learns a word, religion, a word about belief. But she sees people worshipping only in times of grief. She sees a saint in front of a hoard, laden with gold. He talks about leaving materialism and being fair. His virtues vanished in thin air when he removed his facade in the night's hold. The bird flies as she learns a new word. Technology, they say. A lot of techniques to use it, they say. People with their fingers on the screen, texting, playing, and doing everything in between. The bird flies as sadness overtakes her face. Only then she witnesses something that pulls her back from her grave. It was a fusion of contradictions. Confusion leapt through her as though an illusion. All those fingers casting out their anger on a movie for diminishing a religion's beauty. Furious shouts from everywhere. This anger shall turn to ashes in a few days' care. For a time, the world shall bear. WhatsApp groups on religious organizations, claiming on showing the right direction, claiming on a world's transition. But for the world to change, is a WhatsApp group really enough? Thank you.
I missed out again. Asharfabad Shukla is from CMS Anand Nagar.
As we come to the end of this two-day Interfaith Conference, 8th Interfaith Conference, I would like to just briefly take the names of all the eminent participants who have been part of the conference over the last 3 days. Honorable Justice Dr. Adil Umar Sharif from Egypt, Dr. Sudhanshu Trivedi, Shri Rahul Dev, a senior journalist, Bhrigu Pitha Dishwar, Pujya Gurudev Goswami Sushil Ji Maharaj, Dr. Sally Hamood, you have already heard her today, Ms. Shadi Nicholas, Padam Shri Dr. Janak Palta McGilligan, she is sitting here with us today, witnessing the ceremony, Shri Prabhu Chawla, Mr. Muazim Naik. There's no time for me, students, to tell you about the new learning that we have gained from the interaction with these eminent guests, but I feel that I should be taking the names of all the participants. Rabbi Ezekiel Isaac Malekar, who represents Judaism or Jews for the whole of India. Hazrat Sayyid Nasiruddin Chishti. Then we had Mr. Afzal Muhammad Farooqi Safvi, Reverend Father Sebastian Kolithanam, Dr. Divya Gupta, who was speaking on the field of biotechnology today, Ms. Lalita Kumar Mangalam, National Commission for Women, Acharya Vivek Buniji, who represented Jainism, Mr. Shehzad Alam, who is the National Coordinator for the Youth Capacity Development Program, who was part of the session today, and Dr. Ajit Kumar Seshni, the Director of NBRI, and Mr. Harpal Singh Jaggi, who represented the Sikhism. And of course, we have Shri Bhadant Shanti Mitra ji, who spoke about the universal religious unity today in the morning. As we come to the end of this conference, I would like to request Dr. Bharti Gandhi ma'am, she is here with us now to propose the vote of thanks. Please welcome her with a big round of applause, children. She has been a source of inspiration for all of us. All educators have taken inspiration, and we have learnt a great deal from her about the Montessori method and the relevance of providing a safe environment to the children in our schools.
Before I start my duty or my privilege to offer thanks to all of you, I will say a share in Urdu Zaban in the honor of my honorable principal and convener of this International Interfaith Religion Conference. नजर नजर में उतरना कमाल नहीं, नफस नफस में उतरना कमाल होता है। बुलंदियों पर पहुंचना नहीं, बुलंदियों पर ठहरना कमाल होता है। In this way, I have thanked all the people involved in the preparations and conduct of this wonderful International Interfaith Conference, which was 8th, and hopefully hope for the best for the 9th. Honorable, thank you. honorable thought leaders, and honorable leaders of different religions, my dear teachers, principals, and students. I wish to express my sincere gratitude to you for participating in this important conference and sparing your valuable insights on how religion can be a profound source of unity and peace in the world, and how we can realize the ancient Indian ethos of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. In other words, the whole earth is my family. The whole world is my family. And mankind its citizens. This Interfaith Harmony Conference has been a remarkable event that brought together stakeholders from different religious backgrounds to explore how we can promote peace and understanding among different faiths, and how to create a more harmonious world. In a world where many conflicts arise from religious or cultural differences, we have a responsibility as leaders and representatives of our religions to engage in dialogue, to find common ground, and to seek mutual respect, empathy, and understanding. This is how we can bridge gaps, challenge stereotypes, and create peace and harmony. Our work for interfaith harmony does not end with this conference. We shall take what we have learned here and apply it our daily lives, in our communities, and in our interactions with others, to build a more inclusive, compassionate, and peaceful society. Thank you is a prayer that cannot be seen or touched. It can only be felt by the heart. I would like to thank all the exalted speakers of Interfaith Harmony Conference. Your presence and your words have made a significant impact on us, our students, and our teachers. Once again, my heartfelt thanks to all those who made the Interfaith Harmony Conference a great success. And I have to speak, I have to take in a very little space of time, the names of the very important people who have taken the trouble of taking so many hours of journey, like our inspirer, motivator, and executor, Dr. Adel Omar Sharif from Egypt, David Risley and his wife Eileen Risley from USA, Dr. Sally Mohammed from Istanbul, Dr. Janak Palta McLigan from Indore, Madhya Pradesh, Bhante Shanti Mitraji, all India, international President, International Bauddha Research Institute, and the Minister of State of UP government, and all other panelists and speakers, organizers, Madam Trapti Dwivedi, Principal, Mrs. Shagufta, Vice Principal, all staff of Asharfabad campus, teachers, Mrs. Sushmita Basu, the top CMS management representative, Mr. Zamani, Kamal Zamani, head of his team, Anuruddha, Sandeep, Rishi, Ajay, Shishir, Suresh, Lakshmi Priya, Aruna Gupta, and many more, and Mr. Gandhi. Thank you very much. Jai Jagat! Jai Jagat! Jai Jagat!
I request all the students to be kindly seated, and I request all the respected principals to kindly proceed for lunch. The lunch is there in the VIP lounge area. Thank you. Lunch for all the participating students, those who have taken part in the competitions, and the team leaders and the escort teachers. You all are requested to please proceed to the basement dining hall for lunch. All the participating students for different competitions along with their teacher escorts, plus the teachers who have been with us since morning on discipline duty, they all are requested to please proceed for lunch in the basement dining hall. The teachers who have come with the students from different campuses, they can let the children be seated in the buses, disperse them, and then they can have their lunch. Thank you.